All right, guys, welcome to this string math and scanner class. Today, you will learn how to use various different ways of manipulating string and some functions of math with a scanner tool that will allow you to input data yourself or anybody else, and then take that input and do some calculations. When we'll finish off the class with some homework analysis of how to do those, um, and uh, and be done with the class. So let me start with a bit of a review of what we did, kind of recap everything together. So far, you learned how to print, and you saw that it is a code that you kind of sort of had to know yourself, or you could just do shortcut sys out and be able to do that, but it was system.out.println, something like that. And my spelling may be not 100%, and that's okay, just as long as you understand what I'm trying to write. I'm not going to go in there and waste my time in correcting the spelling. That's why we have the IDE for, and when I mean by IDE is this editor here that will help you correct those spellings. So no one is perfect. I'm not either. If I don't write the code in this Eclipse IDE, I will make mistakes and I will not know what those mistakes are. That's why they designed this IDE. So it's totally okay for you to make mistakes. If somebody asks you in the interview to write code on a piece of paper, don't worry about the spelling. Just make sure your logic is correct because they're not looking for your spelling. So you know that in here, for you to print anything in string, you have to put in a double quote. And if you are not typing in any kind of string, you don't have to have double quote. So if you're just doing a variable, you can just copy the name of the variable here, or a number, you can just put a number straight in there. You can do mathematical computations. You can put in symbols, mathematical symbols, and it will do all that calculations for you. You don't need any quotation marks. But whenever you put quotation marks, Java will take that quotation mark, read it word for word, and print it out, and stop where it sees the quotation mark. But if you don't have the quotation mark, that tells Java that, hey, we got something here that we need to refer to. So if it's a variable, he's going to look at the variable name and then go find it and then bring it over here. Now that could be a string, that could be a number, whatever that is going to bring it over here. If it's a number, it's going to look at the number and say, okay, either I print the number, or if I have some sort of mathematical symbol, I'm going to do the operation first and then print the result. And that's what we did so far. For shortcut, you learned that you could do sys out. Let's do this. Sys out and press Control space bar, right? Can't 100% remember because I actually use IntelliJ in my company, and I don't use Eclipse. Eclipse is supposed to be most popular, but our company doesn't use it. So for Eclipse, I use Sout and hit enter. And that does that for me. So kind of remember this more so. I get confused with these when I'm trying to teach because different IDEs might require different kind of combinations of hotkeys for you to be able
Yeah,
to.
my system doesn't accept south but sys out.
Yes, South works for IntelliJ. Sysout doesn't work for IntelliJ, and yeah. So this would be for IntelliJ. If you ever want to use IntelliJ, just use South plus enter, and that works. And then you learn uh, how to store and retrieve. Retrieve is a fancy word for get. Retrieve variables. Okay. You learned different types. Um, so let me just talk about the types first. So what are various types of um, variables? And can somebody tell me one of the primitive types? Primitive types of variables.
Int,
Int,
double,
good. Keep going.
oh, I'm just
Anybody else? Anybody wants to give me non-primitive type?
Strings.
So far, you only know string. I'll give you a few more later down the road. So int double, we did talk about char for
R.
character. Did we talk about a little bit about float? But we didn't really do it.
And the true false for the
And the true false was called with the letter B,
Boolean.
Boolean. Like, you know, those when in the kitchen you do the cooking with the chicken bouillon.
yeah. Sorry, I forget that. I know the true false. Sorry. Oh.
So that's like that chicken bouillon cube there, which is a true false. Okay. So we learned that what is int? Short for integer, right? Which is a whole number without any decimals, right? And it has a numerical range, which let me just quickly look up because I did not memorize these numbers.
Is it from minus 127 to minus 128 to plus 127?
You are probably right. Let me just double check. Did you memorize this? Yeah, so can't remember what you repeated, but see if this matches with yours. Just negative 2, big number, 147. So anything bigger than this number, it's not going to store. It's going to say, sorry, you need a different variable. Because we won't be able to store it anything more than that. And from the negative side to the positive of that. So was this the same number you quoted, Chisti?
No, I tried for minus 128 to plus 127.
Right. This
That
number
is
can change, by the way. I'm just picking it up right now from the internet, not from my slide. My slide was made a while back.
this range is for integer, but what Mr. Chisti is actually saying that is for byte.
Oh
That
yeah,
range is,
yeah, you're right, Mr. Raju.
yes.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, I don't remember, and I'm not looking at the slides right now, just kind of looking in the internet. And you don't have to memorize this, okay? Nobody's gonna ask you for it. But if you ever need to use a bigger number and you're getting an error, just know that it does have a range of how big you can use. Now, who remembers if I have to use anything bigger than this, which variable can I use that will accept a bigger number?
You have to put int. Am I right?
Int,
Uh,
it gives me this range. And let's say one day, which I doubted in your company that you will ever have to use this if you are doing UI analysis. But what if there is a table of data that you have to validate or something, and that's bigger than this number for your company? And in that
Double.
case, you won't be able to use int. What variable
Double.
would you use?
is it double?
Double is when you want to
No.
use a decimal number, but this number, let's say, is not a double. Then what would you do?
I don't know. While I was doing Java, so when I did a mistake and they said put the int for force, then it worked. I have to put double int. Some reason I did it, then it worked.
Yeah,
I don't
if I
know.
saw it, I could tell you why that happened, and it could
Oh,
be a data type mismatch
mhm,
because maybe you stored the data in double or int, and you tried to do the calculation in the double, and then
mhm,
it was complaining that, hey, don't mix and match. Either
mhm,
you change the storage to double and then everything to double, or change everything back to int and do your calculation in int. So that happened to me a lot, and if I saw your code, I would be able to tell you. But the answer is
mhm.
a variable called long. So
Oh yeah, long.
if uh, if use variable called long for any greater number. Okay, that that's yeah, that's a primitive type, and that is the biggest it gets. I don't even want to type up how big that number is, um, but I you will never need to use it. But if you do use it, I don't think you can ever get past that. But understand that these big variables, it takes up a lot of your memory space. So it's not very efficient for you to use long for any small number, anything less than, these ranges, because then what it's doing is it's going into your CPU and it's really saying, hey, you, you wanted me to uh, allocate a memory that's going to be big enough to store a big number. Java is going to go in your memory, and it's going to pull that memory spot and say, I'm going to hold it for you. And and who knows, I mean, if you keep on coding with long and long and long, and your memory space is not all that big, and this is your RAM, by the way, that 8 gig RAM that you got, your CPU is using that RAM as well to run your systems, it could slow down your computer in that case. So I don't think if you do one or two classes with this long, that's going to affect that at all. But imagine in the software engineering field, they don't encourage using long unless you really, really have a bigger number than that because of the efficiency. So you want Java to only collect enough memory from your computer just to do the job. That's called efficiency or efficient programming. So just keep that in mind when you're coding. Still kind of too early for you to focus on those things because you're just learning. We talked about what is float and double. I want to wrap this in the same. Use these variables these are data types, by the way. I was just kind of blacking out, not variable types, data types. Okay. Use these data types for decimal numbers. Okay. Now, for float is a smaller memory allocation, but what happens is you have to put this letter F next to, for float, letter F is used with the number. Example, let's say you wanted to store 35.6, you have to put this F next to it. And that is what kind of scares people of using that. I don't know, it's kind of messy. I don't know why they designed it that way. Why can't I just use 35.6 without the letter F? That F gets in the way. And I don't see anybody using float in my company or in the entire code base that I have. Nobody ever used float. So they don't care about memory space. I think that F kind of discourages people. So you're okay to use double, and I'm totally okay with that. Okay. So just use double. And double is a pretty big number. And it should be enough for you, which let me just throw in that number from the internet. And nah, it's a huge number. It's not worth writing down. And you don't even have to memorize it. If anybody asks you, say, I can look it up online. I don't need to memorize it. You learned that. You learned what is per. It's just used to store a character, a single character. But when would you use a single character? I don't understand. So you can still store the single character in string. Doesn't make any sense of using a char unless you really need to handle or work with a single character. So that single character char takes up less memory space than a string. String is an open memory space, and it can expand and get bigger and bigger and take a lot of space. But because of the limitations of this char variable type, this is not used. I have not seen it used at all. What is Boolean? We didn't talk about Boolean much, but this is used to store either true or false. Because sometimes we do need either like a yes or no kind of factor. So whenever we need this yes or no, pass or fail, and you can probably kind of see how this Boolean gets in the testing world of pass or fail, or yes or no, or true or false. So it doesn't do pass or fail, it doesn't do yes or no, it saves it as a true or false. But that true or false, you're gonna use it as the answer, whether it's a yes or no, whether it's a pass or fail. Did it display? True, it displayed. That means pass. Did it display? False. Came out. Oh, that means the test is fail. That's how you're going to use Boolean. So this is very useful, and we will see a lot of that later down the road. So there is more. There's another one called short for a smaller number than int, and I kid you not, that short is going to take up less space. I don't know why I don't use that. Um, it's smaller. Then there's byte, which is even smaller, and that will be more efficient. But I need to practice that. This is what I keep telling myself, that I need to start using byte and short instead of using int, because int does take up, as you can see, a big spot for data. Some data that I will never be even greater than the number 2. I just use 1 or maybe 10. But I still use int. I see everybody else still use int, but it can be more efficient if you use byte or short. And I tell myself that I'll use it, but for speed, and I'm like really quickly I got used to, I keep using int. Nobody's gonna punish you for using int for smaller numbers, but if you can practice yourself from the beginning to use byte or short, it's great if you can use that. Look up online, search yourself, and see how many maximum is every now and then. Keep reminding yourself, and that will get you familiarized with it. Okay. And then we have a data type called string, which is a non-primitive. What is string? All right. Who can tell me, how do I know if it's a primitive or non-primitive just by looking at the letters of the data type?
The beginning is the capital letter.
Correct, Chisti. This S right here, that is a capital letter versus all of these other ones like this Boolean, this car, this float devil, all of these are going to be lowercase. So you will see it's going to be lowercase, okay? And you have to write it in lowercase. If you put it in uppercase, it might not throw you an error, I have to say, but that doesn't mean that you didn't get it wrong. Actually, there is a non-primitive type for every one of these. Okay? Non-primitive type for int. If you write integer in capital I, this is not going to throw you an error. It's going to work because there is an integer non-primitive. Let me just write it down here so you don't get mixed up. I usually teach this later, but I guess maybe a good idea to put it in there. There is an integer data type. The reason why they have this integer, and I call it non-primitive, you're probably asking, I still don't get the difference between primitive and non-primitive. But understand this word, primitive means old, from the beginning, something that starts from the beginning. And non-primitive is just opposite. So what does that mean? That means when Java was first created, these variables were there when it was created. But then people are like, this int has limitation, this double has limitation. Let us create our own data type. And people themselves created a code to store more cars, more characters and they came up with something called string. Now, because people created it, they had to use capital letter in front of them. And I will explain why this is capital today towards the end, not now. And so all of these non-primitive ones are with the capital letter. You will learn more how they created this as you get stronger with Java. I don't want to throw it out there right now. I will confuse you. But just understand, if you do type double like this with the capital D, it might work, but don't use it now. Don't use it. Yeah, I'll just leave it here. So there is a non-primitive type with a capital I, but it doesn't have the int like capital INT. There is no such thing there. So this will give you an error. But if you do write integer, it won't give you an error. Excuse me. It won't give you an error, but don't use it. So what is a string? String is a single, is a one or more characters. Okay. So just by saying one or more characters, that means it can be a character, a word, series of spaces. You saw that in the last homework, that if you put space inside a string, it will take it as a space. Those spaces are counted as a string. Today you will see more how we calculate that. It can be, it's getting calculated as well. Series of spaces, a paragraph, or the entire book. You can put everything inside a string, okay? You can concatenate string. Who can tell me what is that? This is where you can add a plus sign to connect multiple strings. Okay. Example. Right here. You could do, let's say you have a string here. Let me go this way. What if you had a string like this, Johnny, and then you put a plus and then say 35. What is that going to result in? That's going to result in a string together. Whole thing is going to become a string, and it's going to be Johnny 35. Okay. And you could have, let's say, two numbers, 37, and you don't have to put quotation, and let's say 45, but you don't want them to be connected together, have a space. You can put a plus sign, and inside this double quote, you can put spaces. Let's say I put a lot of spaces here. Then this whole thing will print out like this. 37 with the spaces that you specified, and 34. Okay, so you can play around with these kinds of strategies right here for your strings. Any questions so far? Today we're going to expand on this string, so just keep that in mind. That's all so far you know how to use it on your homeworks and things like that. All right, you also learned one of the last classes is how to store and retrieve variable. You know that immediately when you call the data type, which is let's say int, you are allocating memory space, and then you have to give it a name of the variable. So you can say number 1. And that creates a space for you with a name called number 1. And inside, if you wanted to store something, you put an equal sign and then say, I'm going to store 48. And that 48 gets stored inside number 1. If you wanted to store something in a decimal type, you would do double and then say decimal number, and then you could put in 24.56, something like that. If you wanted to store words, names, sentences, you have used something called string. Immediately typing string, you got a space waiting for you to give it a name so that you can retrieve that data from that space. And you could say name, and you could put a name in there, John Doe. It will store that, but you know that you have to put it in quotation whenever it's a string. Otherwise, you will get an error. Boolean, I didn't show you, but for Boolean, you also have to give it a name. Let's say you give it a name, say yes or no. Yes or no. And you can give it a word called true or false. I'll just say false. You can't do both. So I can say false. You don't have to put this in quotation. You will see this light up. So it does understand this true or false. True or false is a reserved word for Java. So when you use this, it just knows that this is a yes or no and how are you going to store it. And this is going to be that. So it just works like that. All right. So this is the basics of your data storage. And you've learned a few more tricks in here that you could probably have a couple of names together if you don't want to store the variable yet. Let's say if you just wanted to create space but don't have anything to store in it. If you wanted to have, let's say multiple int, you could say int and then say number 2 and then say number 3 and number 4 and put a semicolon. What you're telling your computer is give me 3 int memory space, one called number 2, one called number 3, and another called number 4, but I don't have anything to put in there yet. Just give me that space. And then later you could say, oh, now I have this number 2, I can put it in here. So you could say number 2, and then with an equal symbol. Who can tell me what is that equal symbol means in Java? What is the English word for equal symbol? What operator? And then you can say 35. And now that 35 is going to get placed inside the storage called number 2. Anybody remembers what this equal symbol?
Relative something? Relative operator?
Maybe you're very close. You're very close. It's the assignment operator. Okay, assignment operator. What does that mean? That means that when you put an equal sign like this, Java looks at the number. Immediately, Java will look at the right side first. Okay, and take whatever that is. And that could be a plus sign here. Then Java will do all of that work for you first. And whatever the result comes on the right side of the equal sign, he's going to take it and store it in whatever's on the left side. So this is a storage symbol, like store that number. It's not comparing. It's not going to tell you whether this number 2 is equal to 35. No, it's not going to do that at all. But if I put another equal sign here, then it's going to do that. That becomes the equal operator. So in Java, the double equal is the equal operator. But when you have a single equal, it's called the assignment operator. Okay, assignment. Assignment operator. Assignment comes from the word assign. Java takes this 35 and assigns it to this variable called number 2. It's going to store it there. Is a fancy way of saying store it there. Any question? Okay. And drink of water. Okay. Now, I write int right here and then put number 2 and then try to store this 35. It's going to give me an error. Who can tell me why? And what error is it going to give me?
Number 2 will give the error because integer itself is a numerical number.
Can you explain that?
If I put integer then equals 35, it will accept. But if I put integer then number 2, then it will not recognize what is integer.
You are very
So-
correct. You are very correct. What kind of error is it going to give me? Just look at these 2 lines of code. What's wrong with these 2 lines of code?
I mean, number 2 is one variable and you mention in 2 different lines, same variable. The first line, number 2 is a variable, and the second line, you are mentioning the same variable in a different value.
Yes, that is correct. What error is it going to give me? What is it going to say? It's gonna be a
You're
keyword.
gonna say that maybe number 2 is already mentioned a variable or something like that.
Yeah.
I don't know the exact.
You're right, Deep. You're right, Stanley. Chisti, you're also right. It's the correct word I was looking for is duplicate. It's going to tell you that there is a duplicate variable. Why? Because whenever you say the word int, you created a spot with data type int, and you gave it a name number 2 in short. That's that. And then if I write int again, Java tries to create another spot with int, okay? And then reads that and say, oh, you want to name it number 2. Oops, Java's like, you already got one. Why are you creating another one with the same name? You can't have a same name. Give it another name. Give it number 3 or something. But number 3 is going to have a problem too, because in this first line, Java already created number 3, number 4. You can do number 5. So this is going to throw you an error called duplicate variable. So it could put it in a sentence for you. Duplicate variable found or something like that. And whenever you see that, that's going to be a problem. So now that you're trying to save this number 35 into one of these variables, Java is confused. You're like, you created one here, you're creating another one here. So I got this two of these. Where do you want me to put this number two? Here? Or do you want me to put number two here? Or I'm not going to put it anywhere. I'm just going to throw you an error saying duplicate, and you got to fix that. All right. So it might give you a suggestion saying, hey, one thing you can do is you can just take off this int from here and say, don't create one. Remember, whenever you write the data type, it creates one. So why create it? You already created a spot right here for this number two. Don't create it. Use that same spot, but not creating. So you take this creation word out. You take this word out. Now you're not creating it. You're using something that's existent. Meaning, whenever you call number two, Java goes up here and sees that you already created a number two spot. He's going to be happy that, okay, we already got a spot, and go ahead and take this number 35 and put it in that spot for you. Understand? This is very, very, very important, because when you go writing code, you're going to see this, that on the top of the application you create, and on the bottom of the application you don't create anymore. You just call these variables, and then you start storing numbers and other stuff in it. Same idea, you can use it on string. You can use string word right here and create a bunch of spots for you, and then start storing them later down the road as you need it, and so forth. That's all you learned so far in the previous classes. I didn't want to go deep really fast, so just wanted to get your hands dirty with this, and then now we're going to go and learn a little bit more about string math, and Scanner is going to take you very deep with this. And I'm just gonna give you some basics of Scanner, not gonna try to confuse you much, but later when you get really good at Java down the road, I will come back to it and then explain how deep that thing goes. Anyway, it's been almost an hour. Let's take about 5 minutes break, come back at 10:30, and we'll start with something more deeper into this non-primitive type called string. So, and how to use it. Now, there's a lot of magic things this string can do and manipulate. I will give you the notes first, and then we will go into Eclipse, and I will show you some examples of it and hopefully make it super easy for you to understand. So let's come back and see you at 10:30. All right, looks like you all are back. So let's get started. Now, we talked about string is a non-primitive data type. And one of the things that you will see different is if you put an int, the word int, and put a dot, it doesn't do anything. It's going to give you an error. Because it's a primitive data type, it doesn't have any other magic spells with this int word. So this will give you an error. Word dot and bracket is a dot like that. But if you use a non-primitive data type like string and put a dot next to it, okay, then it's going to give you a list of things you can do, or in other words, methods capable. Okay, so this string is like magic. If you store anything inside that string, you would be able to do all the magic spells that come with string. And we're going to see an example of a lot, but not all of them. There is so much that it can do. Not one person knows it all, but you do need to know some of the basic ones so that you can do your work in test automation. Now, here's how you can use, or you need to use, string. Let me try to whip out a scenario here. So let's say Priceline.com, you go in here and you look for a hotel in Houston and you do a search, and your test automation needs to check to see if, let's say, Hotel Derek, whether this Hotel Derek showed up on the list or not. So what your automation code needs to do is needs to pick up all of these hotel names, including this top one, Hilton, and then Hotel Derek as well, and pick up all of these names first. It's going to go in and get a list of all hotels displayed, and inside that list, your automation code needs to see if Hotel Derek exists or not. And for you to do a Java to go in there and search and make sure that this exists or not, all of this that's coming out of the website is a string. Now, sometimes, even though they're coming out as a string, they may have a lot of space here, empty space, which you and I don't see. But when you right click and inspect, and you saw that on our HTML class, let me just kind of take you to that rabbit hole. Here's one thing that you did not see is if I right click again on this word called Hotel Derek, it's going to take me to that element right here. So if I right click on that and then inspect, it took me inside that element that created Hotel Derek right here. I didn't click on it properly. And notice this, you already know this. This is not unfamiliar to you. You wrote a link on your a code to give you a link on that HTML, and your HTML tag had that letter A in it. You also had an href attribute, and you provided the link of the image of where you had it saved, and that's that link right there. They also got this color and other attributes and values for it. They do different things. Honestly, if you ask me, I don't know what they do. And you know that when that angle bracket started, all the attribute has to go on that first angle bracket where the brain is, the first slice of the bread. And that first slice of the bread stopped right here. Okay? So all the butter and sauces and ketchup and stuff needs to go on that first slice. And then what goes inside the bread slice, and here's the last slice, by the way. There's that forward slash to close it. So this is the bottom slice of the bread. And what's goes inside the first slice and the bottom slice is the text or the string. And that string is what the users are going to see. And that's basically what you saw right here. Now, sometimes, and this is with your test automation, you're going to pick up this string right here. You're going to pick up all of these. You may be asking, well, why can't I just pick up that and make sure that that's there? Well, you can, because today it's right here. Tomorrow it could be down here. Next day it may not be here at all, and your test is going to fail, and you're going to look into the list and check whether this Hotel Derek is there or not. So your automation is going to go blindly here. Automation is blind. Automation doesn't know that the Hotel Derek is here. Automation is just going to go in and look for this tag called A. Because automation, you're going to tell the automation that, hey, I just want you to go in with a blindfolded, but go into this big bolded letter where the hotel names are. So go into this big bolded letter where the hotel name are and blindly pick up all of these from the list. Because today Hotel Derek is here, tomorrow it could be here, next day it could be way down there, we don't know where. Or one day it's not going to be there at all. So pick up all of these, and then we're going to do a check to see if Hotel Derek is there or not. You're going to go through the list. You're going to check this and see if it's there. You're going to check this and see if it's there. And I'm going to keep on going and checking. More of that I'll show you when you get to Selenium class. But just letting you know how things work. So sometimes you're going to see this Hotel Derek has a lot of space here. And then this last slice kind of closed over here. These spaces don't get visible here because there's nothing to show in the space. Sometimes the coders do it that way, and they, I don't know why. Maybe it's a fat fingered in there and they don't even know that they put space in there. Whatever that is, that's going to be a problem for you when you're trying to compare that word with Hotel Derek. Let's say you stored a string like this in your computer, in your test automation, you are storing a string like this. String hotel name. So you called it a variable. And you put, you're trying to find Hotel Derek. So you wrote Hotel Derek. All right. And you save that. Now you're trying to compare yours with this one, and if this one is written like this, when you pick it up from the website, it comes like this. D-E-R-E-K. Sorry, Hotel D-E-R-E-K with 1, 2, 3, 4 space and then a string. If you are trying to compare this Hotel Derek with this Hotel Derek, Java is going to say they don't match. Can somebody tell me why Java will say they don't match?
Java also considered the space, so it doesn't match with the exact Hotel Direct without any space.
Correct, Chisti. Java is going to look at how many letters you got here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then a space, which is a 6. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. You got 11 characters here, including a space. And he's going to come in here and say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then a space is a 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And then you got 3 spaces, 12, 13, 14. And Java's going to like, this is 14, this is 11. Sorry, they don't match. Your test is going to fail. But that's not a good failure because Hotel Derek was there. It just had an extra space. That's not a coder's issue. That's test automation that you created is not smart enough. And that's the issue. So we need to, in that case, fix that test, or you create your test automation in a way that it's going to delete these spaces. Today, I'm going to show you how you can get these names and then clean up these spaces and do that. And a whole lot of things that you can do with this string thing. Understand that these are a bunch of tools that I'm giving you in your toolbox. You have to use it with your brain, like combine them together. You don't have to use one tool only. You can use multiple tools all at the same time, but you have to be smart enough to figure out, okay, looks like I may need to use this, and this tool to get this to that, and that shape. And that's why your human intelligence is going to be so important. Compared that with like artificial intelligence that's out there, it still cannot take over human intelligence. And so that's what I expect from you. It's not hard. You will see as you practice, you'll be like, okay, I can do this. So what are some methods? So methods, most important methods of string. And I'll start with something called length. Okay. These methods, one thing that you're going to notice that methods are going to have an open and close parenthesis. So maybe I need to just give you a little bit of notes here. What is a method? Now, I can't tell you everything about it yet because there's more, and I don't want to confuse you. So just a couple of things I need you to do is understand the difference between a method and a variable. You learned a variable, what it is over here. You should have thrown that in there as well. What is a variable? What is a variable, guys?
I think variable is numeric or non-numeric data.
Numeric and non-numeric. What is, and then what? To do what?
That is used for a method to get an output.
So use in a method to get an output. That is nice. You're using input and output, which is basically what the method does. But more on that later. So a method is a set of code that can perform a task, right? Versus variable is used to store and retrieve data. Okay, so you store and retrieve data from a variable. That's what it is. It can be numeric and non-numeric, which will then get used by a method. Now the method is a set of code. So it could be one line of code, could be 100 lines of code that can perform a task. And task is basically, it could, method can take data. You can put it this way: you can input data into method and do something. Also, you can get an output of data from the method, right? So you give it something, it gives you something. This is where it's an action. A method is like an action. So something is happening inside that method. How do you tell whether it's a method or not? It's going to have camel case. Method name will be in camel case. All right. Camel case means first word is going to be lowercase, and then all the other words are going to have this first letter uppercase. And also, how do you tell if it's a method? It's going to have two parentheses, open, close. Method name will have end with open and closed parentheses. Like this. Like that. All right. It's gonna, yeah, that's basically I want to tell you right now, no more. So take a look at this here. Most important methods of string. So you actually have to have a string, a method that's gonna come up like this. It's called length. Notice it's lowercase l. So that tells me that this is gonna be a method name. Could be. And then it's going to be in camel case, because it's only one word, there is no other word to have an uppercase here. Therefore, this is just like that. And it has a open and close parenthesis. So this is one of the methods. And one other thing I'm going to tell you is methods can be applied. Methods will show up after typing a dot. Okay. So if I have a string and then put a dot like this and then say length, then that's going to be give me that operation or the function. So it's going to start with the dot. You're going to have to put a dot. You already saw how this dot works, by the way, in the previous two classes. When you put the dot, it drops down a lot of like the print dot or system.out dot, and then it gives you several options that you can drop it down and then use. Those are all methods, by the way. So far you have already seen a method like println or dot println like this. All right. And that is kind of sort of what we're doing with string here. All right. Any questions so far before I start now talking about what these methods do? So dot length gives you the length of a string. All right, let me do a few of these here in the notes, and then I'll show you how it looks like. There's another one called dot trim. Right? And this will trim the edges or get rid of or remove all the empty spaces. Like we talked about Hotel Derek, if you remember. Empty spaces from beginning and end of a word or group of words. Okay. And the next one is called to uppercase. Let me just put this in there. To uppercase. Just 1 second. Let me make these notes a little bit better for you. Yeah, we're going to group them as case. String case. That way it will help you remember better on your notes. So you can change the case of the string to uppercase. Notice this is camel case. 2 is smaller, and then U is an uppercase, and then the C is in the uppercase. It's in the camel case format with this parentheses right here. As the name says, it will convert a string into all uppercase. Like this. Okay. Similarly, there is a method called to lowercase. And it does convert to lowercase. Okay, just while I'm there, I'm just gonna throw all this in there, and okay, I think we got this, and let's go and see how this works and have any questions or not. And then we'll go into the position of this in the next notes and an example. So let me open up Eclipse. In here, I'm going to create a new package, new project, Java project, and I'm going to give it a name called Java. I'll try to stay the same, Java string math scanner. And that's it. Finish. I got one here. And right there in this package right here, I'm going to create another package called classwork. Class, oh yeah, just classwork is fine. Package names are all lowercase, no space, and no symbols. I have the classwork. I could have, you guys are gonna have another package called homework. I'll just go ahead and make one in there so you can see in the video. Your homework is gonna be in here with several classes within. My first classwork is going to be a Java class. So I'm gonna put my practice in here, and I'm gonna call it, since we're talking about string cases, a class name has to start with a capital. It's gonna be in Pascal case. So I'm gonna name it string hey, and add this public static void main and finish. So I have this class ready for me to start doing my codes. And here's this stuff, line number 6, this commented stuff. You can delete that. We don't need that. And I'm going to explain how I can mess around with this methods and use them. So here's what I'll do. First, I'm going to create a string storage, and in that string storage, I'll give it a, I'll store a name. So let me just say name1, and in quote, I'll say Michael Jackson. And intentionally, I'm going to put a space in here, Michael Jackson, and I'll put a couple of spaces on the end of it, finish it with a semicolon, and we're done. And I'll put another name called name2. And in here, I'm going to put in the same name called Michael Jackson with no space. Semicolon to close. All right, and let's do some printouts. Okay. So sysout in here, what I can do is I can take this name1 and say I want to print this name1. So I print name1. As soon as I write name1, notice if my spelling is correct, it's going to get highlighted right here, meaning it's showing you that those two are the same thing. Watch this. If I put my cursor right here on name, this one, as soon as I take my pen out, it doesn't do that. So when I put my cursor, notice this name1 got highlighted with this name1. Editor is telling you that this variable is the same as this variable, and therefore this is what's going to get printed out, right? So you've done this so far. If I hit the run button, and we're going to see this got printed out right here. We got this Michael Jackson. Let me see if I can pull this on the right side. Might be a little bit better for you to see. And I actually don't need this. Minimize it so I can see this better. Notice that those spaces got printed out as well. You may not notice it from the right side, but left side you can see they got printed out. I can have another line here and say name2 and run it, and no space here. So you can see the difference. What if I did a comparison? So if I say, if I did name1, so sysout name1, for an equal to for comparison operator, you may have remembered from previous class, and then take name2, okay, and run it, they get a false. Why is that?
Because it counted the character. So first one is more character than the second one, so it doesn't match.
All right. So the first one has those characters and the spaces, and it told you that it's not going to match. Now let's take a look at how long this is, how big this is, and how big this is. You can use that dot length option to do that for you. So if I write sysout and write name one, look what happens. Okay, let me just take this off for now. If I take this name one, because the name one is a string, if I put a dot next to it, all the magic spells come out. Look at all these magics. Okay. By the way, this is all. Whatever you see here, this is that's the list. And looks like to me, I'm going to cover a lot of these with you, but not 100%. And you're never going to use all of them. You're going to use like most of them, but not all. But the moment I put this dot right here, it opens up with the spell saying, hey, what magic do you want to use? If you ever find yourself that magic spell box just disappeared, all you have to do is hit the backspace, delete that dot, put that dot back up again, and it's going to show up again for you. Each of these you can hover over and click on it, and it tells you a bit of a description of what it does. Now, some will take some information in it, others don't, and I'll talk about that later. But right now, there is a method called len right here. If I can zoom in, Control 1, notice right here, we have this method called length. So you technically don't really have to memorize it, but you need to know that it's there. You can just scroll up and down and say, oh, yeah, I remember him teaching me this, and that's good enough. And you're like, okay, let me just use that. And in this parenthesis, if this parenthesis is empty right now, as you can see, it's like there's nothing there, then you don't have to put anything there. But if you see a parenthesis open up like this, and then you see it closes like this, and then it has something in it, that means it's asking you to put something inside that parenthesis. Okay? You have to put something inside that parenthesis. We'll talk about that more shortly, but right now this dot length does not have anything in that parenthesis. Therefore, we're not going to need anything. Now, what happens is if you start writing length like LG, LEG, and so forth, this list is going to get shorter and shorter to the exact one that you are looking for. So that's another strategy that you can use. Watch this. So I'm going to go back in here, delete that dot, put the dot again, and start typing in LENG, and then that's it. I got that. At this moment, you can just hit an enter. You don't even have to click on it, grab that mouse. No, you just hit that enter and it will bring that method for you, and then semicolon to close. Any questions so far? Okay. So if I just write name1.length, it really doesn't do anything because I can run this and it did it. It found the length, but I am not outputting it in this console. So it's really nothing right now. But what I could do is I could create a variable and store it. I could store this into a variable, or I could print it out right here. So if I wanted to print it out right here, I could do sysout and take this name1.length and bring it over here. And don't need this semicolon anymore. And now it's going to take this length of it and then print it out right here. So let's take a look at it. There, we got 18. Now, what if I printed this name2? Is that going to be same? If I go in here and change this to name2.length, it's going to give me the length of this Michael Jackson right here instead of this one. And if I run it now, notice the length of that Michael Jackson, which is name2, is only 15. And the other one is 18 because of those extra spaces. And therefore, when I say, hey, do they match? The answer comes to false. Just to make it look a little bit nicer, I could have some words next to it. So I could say, copy this one here, and write name1 is equal to, look what happens. And I could just say print, not println. I got this name1 equal to Michael Jackson. Maybe I need to do println here. Let's see. Now, name1, Michael Jackson. And then I could say name2. So I go in here, add this back up. Name2 equals a little bit of a words next to it before I print it, just for readability purposes. And use that as a print and println. And I got this name2, Michael Jackson. And I could say, do they match without trimming? So I'll add that word in here, sysout. So I'll write, do they match without trimming? Colon and a space, because I don't want that false to butt against this text right here. So if I run this now, and then says, do they match without trimming? And the answer comes to false. I could take this ln off. That word will come right next to it. False. I did not do any trimming, and therefore it didn't match. And then that was that comparison right there. We got the length. So name1 length, I could add that in here. Let's say name1 length. Name1 length. And then I could write name2 length. You get the idea now. And print it out like that. Makes it much more readable. Okay. So if I were to trim this name1 and then compare it, so we know if we compare it like this, it's not going to do the trick. But I could trim this name1, and then if I compare this here, then that it's going to change things up, right? Here's a way I could do this. I could create another variable called string name1 trimmed. Okay. And not store anything here. And later I could take this name1, trim it, and then store it in here. So I could say, let's say I'm way down here. Over here, I could say name1, just take this name1. Put a dot, and there's a method called trim, as you can see here. If I use that method, dot trim, okay, and store it into this name1 trimmed that I created as a storage section. So I'm going to put an equal sign and take this, put it on the left side of the equal sign, calling it an assignment operator. What Java is doing right now, Java is, when it comes to this line, excuse me, my paint tool stopped working, just 1 second. First few times I'm going a little bit slow. I will go faster later once you understand this. Java is going to look at this equal operator and it's going to be like when Java is in this line of code. Go into this name1 first. It's going to go to this name1. It's going to see that's there. It's going to take that and it's going to do the operation called trim. That means it's going to take this space right here in the beginning, not in the center, will not touch that. Anything inside the words are not going to be touched. But at the very beginning of the string and at the very end of the string, it's going to look at all this empty space and it's going to take it out. It's going to be gone, right? It's going to be gone right here. It doesn't matter how many, it could be more than one. It will be gone. And then it's going to take whatever is that, and then bring it down here. So it's going to be like Michael Jackson without that space. This whole piece of code right here will become Michael Jackson without any space whatsoever on the beginning or at the end. And that's what, after that is done, Java is going to take that string and store it inside a variable called name1 trimmed. And that we got declared right here, that we got a storage space. Now that name is going to stay there, and then you can call this name1 trimmed to print it out down here, and that's going to show up right here. So let's take a look at it. Or I could just say name1 trimmed instead of name1 here, and then it's going to compare the name2 with no space and name1 trimmed with no space, and then might change the answer for us. So let's see how that happens. So now that I have this name1 got trimmed and stored, if I were to change this, so I will write it like this. I'll take this, bring it here. So my next line is going to print, do they match without, we're going to say with trimming. With trimming. So I'm going to trim this time. So I'm not going to compare the name1 that has space, but I'm going to take this name1 trimmed and I'm going to copy that and place it here. And now if I run this, it didn't do it. And I can tell you that it didn't do it because of this equal sign, because you cannot compare the two strings with an equal sign. You have to use a method to compare them. You can do numerical operations with that. So I suppose I have to introduce you with another method called is equal. Okay. Quickly throw it out there, is equal. Or dot contains. Just do compare to, is this one. Let me just quickly go up there in your notes. Looks like I'm going to have to use this right now. Dot compare to. Compare to strings. Okay. So let's see this. Use this dot compare to. And then inside this parenthesis, put in that name2. Now let's run it. It's still not working. Okay, I have to give you this one. I didn't want to do it yet because this is like string comparison. So hard to just chunk it down. String comparison. Okay, I apologize, guys. So use this one. Dot equals ignore case. dot equals ignore case compares two strings with ignoring uppercase or lowercase. It doesn't really look at that. I also need to double check to make sure my spellings are correct. So let's take a look at, make sure the spellings are fine too. So let me use that. I want to take this name1 trimmed and put a dot. And if I write equals, notice it's going to give me those options of what equals I can do. So there's several equal content comparison that you can do. You can do equals, but we don't use that. We just always use this one called dot equals ignore case. If you use this one, it's smart enough to look at both strings, and if they have an uppercase or lowercase, it doesn't really matter. It will ignore those cases and still be able to compare, but it doesn't trim it, so you still needed to trim that. Anyway, in the parenthesis, notice it says it takes another string. Two things it's going to be mentioned in here. First, what is the data type of something that you can put in there? And that will always be written on the left side. So the first was is the data type of string. And what type of data is it's asking you to put in there? It's going to be named with that second variable, which is called another string. That doesn't mean you need to put two things in here. It will always come in pair like this. It's going to tell you the data type. Just like we store the data, we have the data type and then the name of the variable. This works the same way. So it's going to tell you the data type that you're going to need and what basically it's going to go in the little description about that data that you need to put in. Over here it says another string. So this two words with the space tells you that you only need one thing that you have to put in here. Whenever you see a comma and then another set of two words like a data type and a variable, that means you would need a second thing in here. Okay, I hope that clears up. Any questions so far on this? Okay. Yeah, like I said, it's really hard to do one program without knowing so many of these other stuff that's there. I was going to give you a baby step, but I failed. So here what I'm going to do is write name1 trim dot equals ignore case. So I'm going to take that method dot equals ignore case. So I see that right there. I can double click it. It brings it up here. And then immediately my cursor comes in here and it gives me a list of things. Notice what happened here. When I wrote dot equals ignore case, it copied all of that, brought me in here, and even dropped a list down for me. The editor is pretty smart. Eclipse is telling me that, hey, I think you already have a couple of memory storage right here. You created a storage called name1 trim. You created a storage called name2 and name1. I have a feeling that you're about to use any one of these right here. But anything else you use not in here might throw an error. So this helps you a little bit to figure out what you're trying to do. Since I already wrote name1 trimmed right here that I'm trying to compare, I am going to compare this name1 trim with this name2, so that name2 is what I want right here. Those are the two things that I'm trying to compare. So if I go in here and change that name1 trim, just hit the backspace, it will delete it for you, and you can write name1, name2, which is, I copy this name2 here and paste it here. And now if I run it, crossing fingers, it's going to give me this is true, that they match. Okay. Now, if I were to flip this and do it the other way, that works too. Take a look at this. I can copy this whole line again. I don't have to say name one trimmed and then dot equals ignore to name two. I could just say the other way around, which is the exactly same thing. I could say name two first. Just write the whole thing up. I could say name two and put a dot. Immediately it's gonna give me that magic spell list. I could say equals ignore case and delete that and select that, name one trimmed. I just put this the other way around. I will still get a true statement. So let me just hash this out, comment it out, run it. It still gives me true that they match. All right. Any question on trim, dot length, dot trim, and how we get all these magic spells and drop downs and how we use it?
I have one more question.
Yes.
So when I type name one trim equal name one dot trim, it said like it's wrong. I have an error, a cross mark. Why I have the error?
So you wrote something like name one dot trim and then you wrote name one dot trim again?
Like a year 24.
Line number 24?
Yes. So I did that, but I have an error over there.
If you have an error, did you write up this? Did you create a storage first? Maybe it's not recognizing that you have a storage created.
Let me try. No, with the trim, I don't have.
Yeah. If you did not create a storage space before, it's going to throw you an error saying that I don't know what you're talking about. This, it might say, look, this, if I comment this code out here, if I hover over this error, it moves
Yeah,
away.
this is what I have. Red line with the cross
Notice
sign.
it's telling you that name one trimmed cannot be resolved to a variable. That means we have never created a variable. It doesn't know what it is. That's what it means. Now, there is a few suggestions right here. It said, first one, typically the first one is the best suggestion, best thing you can do. And it will do it for you, like you literally write the code for you. For example, it says create local variable called name one trimmed. If you click on this, it will create a local variable right here, or maybe right on top of this line, but you will see it will copy exactly same thing that I had it before. It will do it for you automatically. So watch this. Create local variable. As soon as I click on this, it created this variable for you on the spot right here. So that was the two ways that you could do this. You could declare it up here first, or you could create one over here on the spot. It created one on the spot for you by just writing that word string again. Now, if I take this comment off, I'm going to get an error. Why am I going to get an error? Why?
It is duplicate.
It's duplicate. Now it's like, hey, you created one right here, name one trim, and you're trying to create one over here. I'm confused. How many ones do you want to use? And if I hover over this red line, notice it's going to say duplicate local variable name one trim, meaning found twice. It also gives you an option to fix it. It's saying a quick fix is rename name one trim. Now, if I click on that, watch what happens. It became name one trimmed one. Added a one next to it to be different from this one. Okay? So feel free to use those suggestions and fix your problems, but more importantly, know why they are so you don't pull your hair out on some of these things. I'm just going to leave it like this. It got fixed right here. I got a couple more things that I want to print and show you real quick out of this one. So watch this. I can take this Michael Jackson, the name one, and print it all lowercase if I wanted to. So I could say sysout
I have
and
one
check.
question.
Go ahead, Raju.
Okay. For the first case, when you were trimming name one, that is okay, it will match. But in the second case, when you are trimming name two, so when the name two itself has less characters, so if you still trim it, so how it will match with the name one, as because it has more characters.
Good question. So one thing I did not elaborate was that what if I print this name one trim right now? What are we gonna get? Let's take a look at it. So sysout that, and I'm gonna print this name one trim. Somebody take a guess. What am I gonna get here? What is the length of name one after trimming, or length
After
after
trimming, it
trim?
will only count the characters for Michael Jackson and inside, in between the spaces.
Correct. And take a guess of what number am I gonna get from here?
It will be 15.
15.
It will be 15. So look at this. This is gonna print out this text right here, and this line is gonna give me what is the name one trimmed after I have trimmed it. So if I run this now, what is the length after trimming? Sorry, I did not put dot length. Dot length right there.
Length.
And now it's gonna give me that 15. So it was 18 before, but after trimming, it got 15. Did that answer your question? Or
No, that is okay. That is the first case. But when the second case, when you are trimming name two, as because it all has less characters and still you are trimming it, so how come it matches with when the name one has 18 characters?
so name two, understand that even if I do name two dot trim, it has nothing to trim because it doesn't have any more spaces here.
Okay,
It will be the same characters number.
but
Yeah,
name one has 18 characters, or
yeah, name one,
if
if you trim it, it becomes from 18 to a 15 character, but it doesn't store anywhere. See, if I print out name one still, if I say name one dot,
okay, I got it. That means you have, as because you have already trimmed name one, that is why it will match name two. But in case if you didn't trim name one, in that case it will not match, isn't it?
I think I know your question. It's a good question, very deep thinking. So congratulations on that. Um, you, you see this name one dot trim, right? This
What?
name one dot trim doesn't mean that you have trimmed it and even saved it here. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
What does that mean? That means that darn, my pen tool stopped working completely. Even I restarted it, I can't even draw. I'm gonna have to restart the Eclipse in the next break. But this name one, even if you trim it right here, it doesn't trim and store it in name one. It will only trim it right here and for that particular instance, meaning on line number 24, it got trimmed. But that name one, it's still going to have those spaces right here on
18
that storage.
characters.
Yes. So that, look at this. Even though I called name1.trim on line 24, if it also changed name1 to the trim position, then if I print out the name1, it would be 15. But when I ran this, it's still 18. That means if I print name1, it's still going to have those spaces. Watch this. Going to have this Michael Jackson. Here's your space. And there's spaces right here. That's why what I had to do is I had to trim it and then save it in another variable.
Right.
Because this dot trim does not do saving. It only does that action on that spot, and then that's it. It dies.
Right.
It will die after that. It doesn't store it anywhere. Just like the dot length. You see, if name2 dot length, if I did that, is it gonna take the length and store it into name2? No. It just describes something about that, but it doesn't mess around with what you stored initially. It will remain what you have it in there. Methods are not going to change the value of what you have in that storage permanently. It's not going to do that permanently. It's only going to do it right there. And when Java is out of this line number 22, it's gone. It's back to how it was before, which is that. That's why you have to create a new variable and then store that. And then work with that new variable. Because if you keep working with name1, it's still going to have that trim, that space in it. And that's why we were working with the name1 trimmed variable, which did not have the space. Did that clear up a little bit?
Yes, but another thing that why don't we trim both the strings?
You can. That's a good question too. You can trim, but looking at this Michael Jackson and then this, there's no space here, there's no space here. Is it going to do anything right now? No.
No,
But
in this case,
in this case, it won't. But in your test automation, it is a good advice to trim everything. Okay.
that's it.
So,
Yes.
and how would you do that? You can do it all in the same line, by the way. Let me take this off because this was just for explanation. You can actually trim everything on that same line. And in fact, you don't even have to use this saving option of name1 trimmed. So take a look at this, another way of doing this, which I'm going to copy this whole line down here. What if I don't want to save that trimmed word and save a little bit of a memory space? Actually, I can do that. I can just say name1.trim, and you can put as many dots as you want to bring in. Like I told you, you can use these tools. You can stack pile these tools as many. So here's name1. Okay, and you can say dot trim. You just trimmed it on that spot only, temporarily. Okay, and then you can say then equal, then match it, then try to check it with is it going to match. You could say dot equals ignore case. So you want to see if it's going to equal. You choose the dot equal ignore case, meaning don't check the cases. And then now it's asking you to put in what are you going to compare with. So you got the name1, and you said you trimmed it, and then you said a dot equals ignore case to what do you want to compare? And you can go in here and you can say name2 is what I want you to compare with, but I want you to also trim it before you compare that. And you could say dot trim and leave it like that. And then now if you run it, you get the same answer. True. This is the proper way of doing this.
Right. Got it.
Because it will save you a lot of lines of codes, and it will save you this memory space as well. It's a waste of space that you're calling right here. And there's so many things can be done, but all of this can be done in one line. As a matter of fact, you will see in real test automation that this line is going to get bigger and bigger. They can put in more things in here. Real quickly, a few other things I showed you we can do is we can print out uppercase, lowercase, and so forth. So you could say sysout, and you could say name1. I want you to print it out in 2 uppercase. And if I run this, all Michael Jackson is going to come out in uppercase. You can do the same thing with the lowercase. You could say name1. Go to the dot, 2, lower case. It doesn't take any variables in, just run it. Here's your Michael Jackson uppercase. There's your Michael Jackson lowercase. That covers pretty much the cases. And I had to bring in this comparison operator as well for that. Any question?
Stan,
Mhm.
I have one question. When I create a class, so should it be compulsory to be the Pascal?
The class name has to be compulsory as Pascal.
But when I use the lowercase, still it accepts and it doesn't show any error message.
It won't show you any error. It will accept it, but it's not going to be the standard.
Okay.
No, it's not going
That's
to be
good.
the standard. Yeah. Because you asked me that question, I am going to give you one secret right now, which I don't because it's like too much for one day. And that is this string right here is actually a class name. Okay. Meaning somebody wrote a class called string. It will throw you an error if your class name is string as well. It's going to throw you an error because this is a reserved word in Java. Somebody already wrote that class. You cannot write it. Actually, all your classes that you write is a data type. Don't go there right now, okay? Just focus on this learning. But just know that this string is actually a class name. Somebody wrote a class, and inside the class, see, we have a method right here. Public static void. This is a method with this open parenthesis and close parenthesis. This method name is camel case. It's all lower because it only has one word. But if it had more words, it's going to have a camel case format. So you are doing the same thing that they did it. You have a method called main. String has a method, has a lot of methods. String has a method called length. String has a method called trim. String has a method called dot equals ignore case or to lowercase to uppercase inside that string class. You are using those methods that are inside the string class just by putting a dot. Just by storing it in a string and put a dot, it gives you those actions. You're going to see that you can create methods yourself and become those kind of engineers. And in your methods, you're going to have classes, and you can call these classes and then these methods inside the classes, and it will work too for you. When we get to Selenium, well, in a couple of weekends, I will go deeper into how that mathematics or engineering works. And all of that is going to open up to you. Okay. That's all for string cases. Any questions before I take you to another thing called string position? Right. Let's go into string position. What is about positions? So, this is comparison. And let me see if there's anything else I need to throw into this comparison. Yeah, you you could do another one called equals. Equals, the problem with equals is that it will not ignore case. So if you don't have two things that are the same case, it's gonna throw an error. So compares without ignoring the case. So maybe I can just show it in here. I don't want to create another class. Or this might get really messy. Yeah, let me just create a class. Perspective, set perspective. Close this out, close that out. And in here, if you see this kind of yellow markings, it's telling you that you have declared a variable of memory space that you never used. Why it's telling you that? It's like you're using up, you're not efficient. It doesn't break anything, but it takes up memory space, and it just tells you that the best practice is don't even have it because you're taking up memory space and not using it. And if you do that and hit the save button, you're going to get those exclamations gone from there. I recommend clean this up. Make sure those exclamations have been cleaned up. That way, it doesn't mix up with some other errors that you're going to have. Always resolve your errors. So go in here, create a new class called string comparison. Add this public static void main and finish it here. And what I'll do here is, suppose I have two string here, string text1, and I write something like, again, Michael Jackson. That's fine. Michael, but I put J-A-C-K. I have capital Jackson here. And I have another one, string 2, with normal Jackson. If I were to compare these two right now and say sys out and say text1 dot equals text2 and run it, I'm going to get a false. Notice even though I don't have any spaces, I got false. Because what it did is it tried to compare with Michael Jackson and Michael Jackson, but it noticed that this was an uppercase, this is lowercase. Java failed because of this. Okay, but if I do the dot equals ignore case, and run it now, it's gonna tell me true. Okay, let's take 5 minutes break and come back up, and we'll do the next thing. So let's come back at 11:45.
Can you please text the notepad, text in the notepad into the chat?
Yes, please give me 2 minutes and I'll do that while we're in this break. So let's come back at 11:50.
Thank you.
Can you all hear me fine? Hey guys, can you hear me fine? You guys, can you all hear me? Looks like I can't hear you if you're talking in mute or not. Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, okay.
Yes.
I just came back and I saw my computer shut down. I'm like, how did that happen? Could be the battery or something. And I turned it back on and I had some screens flickering. So I thought maybe I needed to restart or something. But okay, glad that you can hear me back. So this is good. All right. I'm just looking into my notes to see if there's anything that I missed that I need to cover on this comparison. There is one thing, it's called dot is empty. Is empty. This is where, let's say you pick up a name from a website and you wanted to check to see if it's empty. Then sometimes you need that to know if it's empty or not, to decide whether you want to do a comparison. Before you do the comparison, you can check whether it's empty. Then you can report saying that, hey, I looked for the name and there wasn't anything there. The automation just picked up an empty string. So this will tell you true or false. True or false if it's empty or not. Let's see how that works. So on this, I can have another variable called string another, and I could put a couple of spaces, close that, and then say another 2, and no spaces, and then close that like this. So if I wanted to check what's in here and what's in here, first I could say sysout and take this one, another, paste it here, and say dot is empty. Okay, and I'm going to just hash these out for now. Who can tell me what will the answer be? Is it going to be true or false for this another? Yeah, you can take a guess for fun, you know.
False.
False.
Explain why.
False.
Because the first one has some characters, space character.
Correct. Space is considered a character in Java, so therefore, if I run this right now, it's going to say false because it's not empty. It does have something in it. But the moment I put 2 double quotes and I did not put anything inside it, it doesn't have anything in it. So if I take the second one, which is another 2, and print that, it's going to be true. Right? Yeah. So you can use this method whenever you need to. Just it's in your toolbox to do that. Let's take a look at a big concept of something called a string position. Position is a spot. So string position. If you wanted to find out where a character is or something, let's say if you have something like this, the quick brown fox jumped over the lazy dog, something like that. And you wanted to know what's in space number so and so, or what's the space number of fox. All of these are getting recorded in Java string, meaning this first one letter right here has a position, second one has a position, and all the way till the G has a position number called index. Okay. So a couple of things you need to know here. One is called index. Index is a I'll do it this way. Index is a numerical sequential position of something, right? But whenever I say index, it's like you hear the word a number and where it's located. Okay, so two things, a number. Think of a number. So what number? And think of where located, right? That's going to be index. Now in Java, index starts with 0. So the first position in Java is not 1, but 0. That means this right here, the letter T for this, the word D, is in the index 0, right? And then the 1. So it would be kind of like stored like this. It will be 0, 1, 2, 3, and goes all the way till what you got in here. Even the space is counted. Even the space is counted. Right here, the T goes for 0, H goes for 1, E goes for 2, and the space goes for this 3 right here. Any question about index and numerical positions in string so far? If not, then I can show you a couple of methods you can do. One is called dot char at, in short for character at. And in here, it takes int index, meaning you can put an index number in here with this method, and it will tell you what that character is. So it's like character at. It will return the character of a given index. Let's take a look at it real quickly before I go any farther with the notes. I'll come back to the notes again. So I'll create a new class to explain this. We'll call it string position. Delete that part. And suppose I'm going to have a string my name and store Stein in it. And let me just call it first name. Excuse me. All camel case. First name. Dine. And string last name. I don't need this anymore. I can minimize this down. Make this a little bit bigger so you can see better. Last name and store purification in it. So 2 containers have these names in it. And I will, let's say, have another name here. Hang on a second. Let me change this. I want to go that route. I'm going to say string, just the letter S. And you're welcome to do that. You can have anything as short as that. I will have a problem if I write the word string right here, telling me something in here. Multiple markers and stuff. If I run this, it's not throwing an error. It's supposed to throw an error because I'm using the same reserved worded string, but you will see some people use just the lowercase string. This lowercase string is not the same as this uppercase string. Uppercase string is that class and the method reserved word. And notice if I click here, it goes right here. It's trying to make a connection there. Don't worry about that yet. But you're welcome to write a lowercase string right here. That would be a good variable name as well. And you will see it happen a lot. Other people will just write the letter S because they're lazy. They don't want to put too much effort in writing the words. And that's acceptable as well. In your automation, sometimes it's advisable that you write the description of what you're trying to store. So first name would be the best descriptive name for this storage. But in our test automation practice, S is totally fine. Okay. So if I wanted to store something and I don't really care what I'm storing, nobody's ever going to retrieve this. It's only going to be used in my own method. Then forget the naming convention and you can use this short S, and that's acceptable as well in your code if nobody's using it. And then we can write the word, the quick brown fox jump over. Notice if I hit an enter, because I ran out of space right here, automatically it added a plus for me. And you're welcome to use that. If you see your line goes way too far and you just want to bring it down, just hit the enter button and it will put a plus and ready for you to write the next step. It's actually adding 2 strings together, but for visibility, it's easier this way. So I always use that as well. Quick brown fox jumped over. You do have to use a space here, otherwise it's going to get connected without the space. Or put a space on this word, that's okay too. Over the lazy dog, let's say I put this in here. And that's your storage. And if I wanted to find out what's on this character at, let's say, 4. So if I do sys out and say this S word right here, take this S and put a dot, notice it gives me all of these methods I can use on this. You saw we used the trim method before. Really don't need to use the trim. If you wanted to, you can. It won't do anything because it doesn't have any space. But I just wanted to show you how I can use this character add. So if I do character add and hit enter, it's going to ask me what index do you want? It starts with a 0. If you do the 0, if I just hit and run, it gives me the character at that position of 0. So the first letter of that entire string is the 0 and is the T, and that it gave me. If I put a space right here, the 0 position is going to become for that space. And if I run this now, it's not going to give me anything. Well, it's actually giving me that space, but you can't see it. Okay, in that case, I would need character at position 1, and now that's going to give me that T. But the first one had a space. It printed the space out for you. Okay, I could do character at maybe like 20. It's going to be difficult for me to count. Let me just do 10. Run it. It actually gave me a space. How about 11? It gave me B. Let's find this bad boy. So here's this 1, a 0, 1. Always start with 0. So 0, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and there's that 11B, and it gave me right here. Any questions about character at? What if I choose a character that's beyond this? What if I choose like 100? I know there's no 100 in there. And then run it. It gives me an error later. It doesn't give me an error here. Why? Because Java has two types of errors. One is while you're writing this, if you have syntax error, it's going to catch up on you here. But my syntax is good. I mean, I wrote it just fine. Java doesn't know yet how big the storage is until it runs it. So when it runs, it looks at how much characters I have here, how many positions, and then it realizes that first one is fine, I gave you the space. Second one, you wanted that, it's a T and a B. When it went right here, it's like, wait a minute, there is no such thing as 100. You stop right here. And therefore, I can't find anything. It throws you an error. This error is called an exception. Whenever you hear the word exception, is the same thing as error. I have a whole class on this one day to show you different kinds of exceptions. But just a brief look at this right now. Take a look at this. It's not very smart to tell you what it is, but I will give you the intelligence to figure out what it is. It's telling you right here, string index out of bounds. So that string index out of bounds means it's outside the boundary, shortcut for boundary. So again, that one day that I will go deeper into this. So this is your boundary is right here, which we don't know yet, but 100 was like 2 outside and there is nothing there. Therefore, it's telling you what that is. You will also notice one quick thing is it's on the next line, it tells you where the mistake is. So if you go a little bit deeper into the next line, notice this is telling you you have a method called character add on line number, sorry, this one right here, line number 13 on the third line. I don't know where this is taking you, but if you were to click on this string position, your class name, and .java, that's your class name, and this 13, which is your line number right here. In that case, if I click on that, it will take me to the error, which highlighted right here. Now I can fix that. I can just say maybe 20. Well, that should work. Found a space, probably 21. There. it picked up J. I have a feeling this could be this J right here of that jump over the lazy dog. Okay. What if I wanted to find out this exclamation mark, how big that is, or what position that is on? Is there a way I could do that so far with the methods that I learned? Anyone want to take a shot?
What is the question?
With all the methods that I've learned so far, like here, that I gave you,
Mm,
and is there anything I can use from here that I can figure out what would be the index for this word, this letter, which is this exclamation, which is the last one? If not, no problem, because you're still getting your feet wet, so it's kind of very tricky question. But I'll give it to you. It's the dot length. What does the length tell me? Take a look at this. If I say s dot length, doesn't it tell me how many characters there are? 47.
47 is the
So there's
second.
47 characters in here, including spaces. What if I wrote like this? What if I went to take this one, copy it, and go in here and put 47 here? What do you think before I hit the run? What do you think it's going to do?
It will not give up anything
Why, Fisty?
because it starts from 0, not from 1.
Awesome. Thank you. That's brilliant. Yes. 47 would have been 47 if we counted with the 1. So if this was a 1, this was a 2, and a 3, obviously that would be 47. When it gave you length, it did not look at that 0. It counted that 0 as a 1. So as a position, if I put 47, which I found right here with the dot length that there's 47 characters, it's going to give me an exception. And in this exception, it's telling me, again, string out of bound exception. You are outside how many characters that were there. And if I click on that line 17, it takes me there where my mistake is. So what can I do to this dot length? Let's say I don't know the length of this, okay? I don't know the length, but I have this method called dot length. So I could say string character at, instead of 47, I could say, give me s dot length. So this s dot length gives me 47. I know this is just going to be one less of that 47. So I could just say -1. And now run it. And it gives me that exclamation. The last one. That might be a lot to comprehend. Any questions here? So recap, I took that string, that S, which stores all of these, and I used a method called dot character at. For this method, I have to insert the number. I could hard code and say 46. It's going to give me the same thing. One more parenthesis needed. I can run 46. It gives me this exclamation. Okay, this dot length told me that there's 47 of them. So if I do dot length -1, it's going to give me that last one. Let me just do it on the next line. So if I do dot length -1, I know because the index starts with 0, we know that that is not the 47. This is going to be 1 less than 47. Therefore, you take that length, subtract 1, and then you get that 46. You can either do that and then find out what that is here, or you can put this whole thing, you copy that whole thing, and instead of this 46, you paste it right here. So you say, I don't want that 46 because I don't know what that 46 is. Right now, I know it's 46, but what if tomorrow it changes? So what I can say is take the S, take whatever's inside the S, and we go slow here. So whatever is in, I know I need to put number right here, so I don't want to put the number. I can say take the S, get the length, don't put the length, but subtract 1 from the length, and then run it, and you got exclamation mark. And Java is totally okay with that. Any question? Okay. The other method is called index off. Just the opposite, dot index off. And this takes string and will take a character. You have to put in a character inside. The other one, you had to put an index inside, the number. And it had to be in an int format. This one is going to take a string format, and you have to add a character in there. So I'll show you how that we do that. It will return position of the character. So if I wanted to find out what is the position of this character exclamation mark, I can just put in that exclamation mark inside this method. It will tell me what that is. So what if I write it like this? This out. What is the position of the exclamation mark? And then here I say sys out. I can use this S right here, whatever that string is that got stored in here, put a dot and choose index off. Excuse me, not indent. Dot index off. And when this list comes up, if you're looking at it, you want to choose that one that has that string or string character, this one, excuse me. So use that one instead of this one. If you choose this one, it might give you a wrong one. So make sure you do that. Index dot index of character, and I can put in this character, but I have to put it in quotation mark because it has to come in a string format. I have too many brackets, that's why it's giving me an error. And if I run this now, and let me close off all of these, hash it out, I can block it and then hit Control / it will comment all of them for me. Run it. What is the position of exclamation mark? That gives me 46. If I wanted to find what is the position of this F, run it, 17. You guys with me so far?
I have a question.
Mhm.
So for index of, which one did you choose? It's like a string index. Which one did you choose?
What do you mean?
Like as dot index dot, when you click the dot, it has a chart. Am I right? So you can choose which one you're gonna choose.
Oh, I see. Got it. So
Mhm. I see a
you will
lot.
notice that there might be a whole bunch of those, but what you need to choose is, let me just write up right here just to bring this up, s dot index. So even though there's a lot of these, right? But choose the one that has a string, this one right here, string, another string right here. You might see a string character like ch right here. You can choose that, but don't choose this int. That might give you an error. We're just looking for a string where it is. We want the index. This time, the method is going to return an int. This colon, after the colon, whatever you see, that's what's going to get returned. So if you go back into this example here, you notice that when I did index of that, it returned the number for me, the int value. Versus these don't return int. If I say as character at, watch this, character at, which is this one, it will return, and I put in the index number here. What it's going to return to me is the character, which is nothing but a string. So anything after the quotation is what it's going to return it to you as an answer. Anything inside the parenthesis is what you need to put in the question. Okay, this is more like a question, and this is the answer, or input, output, to be more technical. Did that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
So I have one question.
Mhm.
If you ask for the position of O, then what will happen? Because there are a lot of O there.
I was afraid somebody's going to ask that. Let's see. So if I do s dot index of, and we're going to put in O. Let me take this one here. And run it. It picks the very first one, the 13, and then doesn't go any farther. That's what it's going to do. It has its limitation. It doesn't give you a list of all of them. You will have to use another method, but that's another day. I don't want to go there. Any other questions? That is it for string position. You will be able to use this in your test automation in some ways. We'll come back to it and you will see how that works. Let me just quick see if there's anything else I missed. I don't have this on my notes, but I need to teach you this as well. Split and replace. Okay, so let me go to the notes and explain this. String modification. What if you wanted to modify the string? What's inside it? How would you do that? There is a method called dot replace. And there is a method called dot replace all. Excuse me, all, like that. Okay, and I'll explain this and show you how this works. This will replace only the first string. And what you need to put in, it has two things you have to put in. You have to like, what are you going to replace? So that's the old. So technically it's written like this. So let me just, I'll just write it easy. Old, and you replace it with new. Okay. So you specify what you want to replace, and you specify what you want to replace it with. And it's only going to do the first one. It's if it has another, like the letter O comes multiple times, it's not going to do it. Let's take a look at this here. So let me just copy this and we go to another class because it's too much. I don't want to scroll up and down a lot. So I'll cancel this here, create another called string replace or string modification. In here, I'm going to paste this string part, which is jumped over the lazy dog. Let me take this space out, just looks messy. And I suppose want to replace all of these O's that come in multiple times. There's O here, here, and here with a star symbol and print it out. I can do that. So if I say sysout first for printing it out, we know we can print it out here. I can take this letter S, which is nothing but that whole string, put a dot right there, and look for the method called replace. All right. And I choose the first one that's there, suppose. There's several of them, but normally the top one will do it. We'll talk about this in just a second. And I don't ever use those, but if you wanted to, you can. Let's use that first one there. Dot replace. And notice it's waiting for you to input what you want to replace it. And it tells you, as a matter of fact, if you look at that, the wording here, it stopped and it's like, okay, go ahead and put in what you want to put in. And it's telling you old character in short. And it has to be typed in character. That means you have to put double quote on both of, on this. When you're done with this one, this comma is this comma right here. And then it's going to be this one, and this is going to get highlighted. Notice this is bold. This is not in bold because right now your cursor is right here. It's waiting for you to put old character. As soon as I put the old character, my cursor is going to become this right here. And this will get non-bolded, and this new character, in short, new car, it's going to get bolded, telling me what do you want the new one to be. So I will go back in here, and now that I know that information, my IDE told me, I'm going to put a quotation mark and put the letter O in here. And then I'm still not done here. I have to delete that part right there and put the quotation mark and say, I want to change it with a star symbol. Okay. Any question so far on this writing here? So it's taking this old O and replacing with a star. If I run this now, it's going to print out this. Okay. And it took all of them actually. My notes are not good here. I thought it was only going to be the first one, but it did one. It just does the character. So replace only the character. only single character. Okay. We'll try to see if we can get an error out of it. I don't use this replace, I use the replace all. But it took that, it did it what it's supposed to do. It took all the O's and replaced it with the star. That's good. What if I added this word called jump or fox? What if I wanted to replace this fox word? Is it going to do that? Let's see. This is more than one character. And replace that with the star. If I run it now, yeah, I don't know what the limitation is then in that case. Okay. Anyway, it's supposed to give you an error and not be able to do it. But it's doing it. What if I did another fox here? Yep. Don't know what happened, but it worked. So there were times that I saw it didn't work. That's why I had it in there. But here's another one. I don't know. This ID is making it work, but I don't use that at all. I use this replace all because in the past with replace and replace all would have replaced everything versus replace would have done the first one. So don't know what happened. But if you ever find an error with replace, use replace all. It's the same thing. It will take the old and you put in the new and it replaces all. Either a string or a character, doesn't really matter how much you want to put in there. It all works. So if I go in here, let me just take this off from there. And say I wanted to replace all the space with a star, I can do that. I could say sysout. And I could take the variable s, whatever is stored inside, and say replace all. And it's gonna ask for what do you want to replace. I could just put a space. I could put a quotation with a space inside it. As soon as I put space inside it, it's going to look for all the spaces. It's going to go in here. That's a space. That's a space. That's a space. A space. Space, and so forth. And now it's waiting for me to replace it with what? And I can put that in a quotation here. And let me just put an arrow like this with an angle bracket. Sometimes it's called. Now, if I run this, well, the first one, it took the fox and replaced it with a star. But it didn't really change this variable. It just replaced it right there. And then this whole thing still remains in that variable s, so it won't do any changes whatsoever. If I run this, you will see those star mark that got changed earlier, that never came down here because that star was only at the moment it was printing it out. Really did not change anything at the source where that entire string is stored. But when I printed this next one, it took that, what was stored, took it and got all those spaces, found it, and replaced it with this angle brackets. Any question?
Yeah, if you take out all,
Mhm.
the word all and run, then what will happen? Can you please see it?
Yeah, looks like it's going to do the same thing because I don't know why it's not giving an error. It's supposed to only do the first one. At least
Yeah,
that's
it works. It works means your system is getting smarter than the previous.
Nah, there is a reason why this is replace and replace all was created, and it's more fundamental level. Not really smarter. I would say less smart, and here's why. You see this method right here, replace in the string, is designed to use less memory space. So when it looks at your sentence, it's supposed to just go in and only take the first one and then replace it, and it doesn't take too much memory space to store this whole thing. It's more complicated than that. Replace all does a lot more work, is supposed to, than the replace, and really stores this, goes back in every single spot, and then tries to do extra work. You see, this is a problem because what if one day you only wanted to replace the first one? Only wanted to replace this first letter or first space. Well, now you're limited to it. Now you have to use some other ways to get that work done. It's not impossible. With Java, if you know Java, you can do anything. Okay, it's the most powerful thing there. In fact, I mean, when you go work for a company, any type of work they give you, if you know how to manipulate these words, this code to get what you want, everything is going to be a piece of cake for you. That's what we want. Okay, this course is supposed to get you there so that you can take and do with all the tools that I'm going to give you, be able to do. But again, you can do more. There's so much more to learn in it. But I see this as a limitation because now I needed a quick method to just replace, let's say, this word quick. But if there's more quicks there or more foxes there, then it's replacing all of them. But I have a method to replace all of them. I don't need this method to do all of them. I needed to do the first one. Unfortunately, it doesn't do it anymore. Now, this could be a bug in the Java new version that we installed. We installed Java 17, if you remember. So when we did Java space dash version on our CMD, we got 17 back. With my previous classes, we did Java version 12, if I can remember. So maybe they updated a few things, and when they updated, they messed up this one, and that's why they're probably coming out with a 19 and 20, and they might address that issue there. Only if somebody complains, then they find out. So I don't really know if that's going to get fixed or not, and I don't have the time to go and complain that. So I'm okay with it. I'm not desperate for this replace because I hardly ever really use it in my test automation. Okay.
Okay, so
Mhm.
can we ask for multiple query in the same line, like sysout print line is replace all, then I ask for the space and O to be replaced by some other characters. Can we do that?
Let's see. Really didn't try it, but it shouldn't have any problems. So you wanted to do multiple replace. Oh, actually, I'm sorry. I do that all the time. Yes, you can. You can have multiple of those. I did not understand your question first. So we'll do sysout, and you can take this S right here. So again, when you type the word S or letter S, it's going back right here. Not what you already did here, because this is not permanent. This is temporary, only on that particular line, then it's gone. This is also temporary, only on that line, and it's gone. You got a fresh start right here with that S. So if I go dot and say replace all, and we're going to do it multiple times. Replace all. Let's be a little interesting. We'll do replace first. And we're going to replace this da with a quick brown fox. So we're going to put in da and replace it with a quick brown fox. And then we're going to say another replace. We're going to replace this, let's say, dog with a cat. So I can immediately outside this parenthesis. So understand your writing convention here first. Here you got the string, and then with the dot, here's the method name. Method name starts with the sandwich bread and then closes with the sandwich bread. And you have to close that. This sandwich bread is the same as the open for this one right here. So you have to have that as well. If I don't have this today, it's going to give me an error. Also notice that this one got highlighted here with a box because my cursor is right here. If I put my cursor here, it tells me that box is your ending one. If I put my cursor here, then this will be in the box telling me this bracket goes with that one right there. Okay. So just kind of be wary of that. Now I need to put a dot right here, right next to this bracket that closes and finishes this particular method. If I put dot anywhere else, it's not going to give me anything whatsoever. So be careful where you put the dot. So if I put this dot now, it gives me a list of other things I can do with it. You can stockpile as many as you want to, but Chisti wanted one more. Let's just call it replace all this time. And if I go in here to replace all, my old character, I could say dog and replace that with a new string called cat. So before I print this out, understand two things happening. One, there's it's going to get replaced. All of this, by the way, this one and this one going to get replaced with an A. And this dog right here jumps over the lazy dog is going to get replaced with a cat. Now let's run it. Let's take a look at it. There's that answer. A quick brown fox jumped over. Well, look at this.
Yes, that I was thinking, because you didn't mention here replace all. That is why it only changed the first one.
Well, this is a bug, guys. Look at this. Yeah, you're right, Raju. But what happened here? I had two foxes here. It replaced all of them with this replace. No, or not. Yeah. You see how ambiguous this is? This first thing, replace fox, it's only supposed to replace this fox with the star and not touch this fox. But it did touch it. Look at this. There's that star. And there's that star. Which was like, it kind of threw me off teaching because that's how I always taught it. And then when I did this right here, only replace, not replace all. So the the, if
Can you please run it without the second option, replace all a dog? Only run S replace D to A.
So just run that one.
No. The part of number line 11.
Oh, I see.
You
just wanted to see what happens if it does
right.
all
Right.
of them or not. Yeah, we can do that. I take this first part off and run it. By the way, shortcut key is F11. We'll run it for you. And it's working now. It did not change this one. Oh, you know what? I didn't notice this. It only replaced with the capital T.
Right.
It only replaced with the capital T. That means it's still the same. So if I had a lowercase t and put this as a lowercase t, both will get replaced. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So the issue is still there with it. It's still doing the same thing. It's replacing all with the case sensitivity. But there's a bug in this replace. It should only replace the first one. Anyway, Chisti, I can do this. Replace all together. And there is no limit
Yeah,
to
that's
how many
awesome.
times. How many times you can do it, there is no limit. I could say dog with the cat, and it will do it for me. And if I run this now, F11, and there's that A got replaced, D got replaced with A, and dog got replaced with a cat, and you can add more to it. Can I add dot trim? Yes, you can. If I had a space right here, watch this without adding this. If I had a bunch of space and run it, I would see a bunch of space right here. But if I add another statement here and say dot trim and then run it, it took those spaces out and gave me only the clean sentence. So again, there is no limit on how many times or how many different kinds of method you want to just stockpile right next to it. It's like you got this, uh, Harry Potter magic wand, and you can just throw a spell, you got it. Put a dot and throw another spell, you got it. Put a dot and another spell, you got it. Are you going to need all that in test automation? Not always. Sometimes you may need to. But it's in your toolbox. Totally welcome to use it. Next concept is dot split. Very, very useful. I did not learn this when I went to the training center because they have a few things they don't even know. They don't even work with Java, so sometimes they don't know how to teach it either. But my goodness, I had to learn this from my boss. It was embarrassing because he knew that I had a lot of experience. So I kind of, blacked out. I told him I didn't tell him that I don't know it, but kind of acted like I don't know what he was talking about. So, and then he kind of spelled it out for me. I was like, okay, let me just research that a little bit. What it does is, what if sometimes you need to take the string and then you want to split and only use the first part of it? Now, I use it a lot, and I'll tell you how. Sometimes I need this data from, it's probably the most used method right here. Let's take a look at this. If I right click on this and inspect, it takes me right here. And your Java code with Selenium is going to pick up this 3 hotels with fitness center in Houston Galleria. Okay. And when you say Selenium, give me this stuff that's there, you don't know what stuff that is. Selenium is going to go in there and pick up everything from this open tag to the close tag, from the first slice of bread to the last slice of bread, whatever the meat inside it, it's gonna just pull it out and give it to you. But you don't always need that, all of that. I just lost it. Hang on a second. Where did it go? It got changed. Let me refresh. Yeah.
Adric, put the blanket on him.
So over here, right there, that whole thing is going to be given to me. And I don't really need the whole thing. All I need is this Houston Galleria. So let me just use a real thing. I'll copy that. By the way, you can just double click on it, press Control A to highlight the whole thing. It's kind of hard to see it got highlighted, but it does it, I promise you. And then press Control C to copy it. This whole thing got copied. I can actually bring it to my code. So how about I have another string called S2 and put a quotation, semicolon to close, go back inside the quotation and press Control V, and I paste whatever I got from this Hotels Fitness Center and Houston. See, if I print this out right now, it's going to give me all of it, but I don't want all of it. I'll show you how to split it open. So I can do a sys out, and let me block these pieces. I don't want to confuse you with everything. I just want to print out this, see how it looks. S1. Run it. There. What's inside S1 is all of that junk. But for my test automation, I just want to match to see if does it have Houston Galleria. Okay. I can split it, but before that, I just remembered I need to give you one more method that I don't have it in my notes. And that's called, so I'll write it right on top of this. It's called dot contains. Very, very important. Dot contains. And inside what you write is a string type, but I'm going to call it substring. Explain it in a minute. Substring is a section, a smaller section of a bigger string. Larger string. Normally I would use like more fancy words, but I want to keep it simple so you guys understand it better. So what you do is you put dot contains and then put a smaller piece of string right here, and then you can check to see if it's there or not. So in my test automation, let's say I picked up this 3 hotels with fitness center in Houston Galleria, and I want to check to see if Houston Galleria is inside that string or not. I can use this method dot contains. What it will do for you is check to see if the substring exists in the whole string. So let's see how it works. If I type in like this, my next line, I can go here and say S and put a dot and say contains. In here, it's asking for a character sequence. And that is that small substring that we're talking about. What it's going to return to me is Boolean, meaning it's going to tell me if it's a true or a false. So if I say contains and hit an enter, it's going to ask me what is the substring you want. It's already picking up a few things there, but I don't want that. I can just put a quotation here, double quote, and say Houston Galleria. Okay, make sure you're case sensitive too, because if I don't write it in case sensitive, it's gonna tell me no, it doesn't exist. This time, my case looks okay. If I run this right now, and before that, if I say sys out, does the substring exist? And then run it. Here's the whole thing. Does the substring exist? The answer is true. It checked for this whole thing here and then see if that Houston Galleria there, it works. What if one day my H is not uppercase, or I have it as uppercase, but the software Priceline.com has it as a lowercase h. Is it gonna work now? Even though it has Houston Galleria in that string, notice, but it told me false because the substring that I entered was a capital H and that didn't work. Okay. Now, what I do sometimes is I can't really predict. Today they wrote it with capital H. Tomorrow they may make a mistake, write it with lowercase h. It's gonna get too complicated. So what's a way to not worry about it and your test case will always pass? Here's what I do. You can store this piece somewhere. As a matter of fact, let me see if I put a dot. Yeah, this works too. Okay. Here's what you can do. You took this S1. Immediately, you can change it to a lowercase. So before you say contains, you could say, hey, I don't really care what case you got. I'm going to convert all of it to lowercase. What just happened is you took all of these and you changed all the uppercases to lowercase and the lowercase stays the same. And you say dot contains, and you actually write everything in lowercase. So you write Houston Galleria. Now you know you wrote it in lowercase and you don't really care if they wrote it in uppercase or not because you are converting everything into their lowercase anyway. Now if you run this one, you're gonna get it true. And this is a better way to handle this because you don't know what they're gonna have. Any question?
If you just make another one string like Houston Galleria equals say X, and then you ask for the query of X, then will it be okay?
Can you explain that again? I'm not.
Say in that string it says line number 9, 3 hotels with fitness center in Houston Galleria.
Mhm.
So we are looking for the Houston Galleria in a substring. So if we make another one string like S equals Houston Galleria, and then we go for the query, then what will come in?
This.
Yeah, that is Houston Galleria. You just copy it and paste it.
So if you wanted to do this S3 contains,
Yeah, that is the S in S1, line 1, it is Houston Galleria. So you copy Houston Galleria and paste here.
like this.
Hmm.
Is it here?
No. Line number 9.
Mhm.
You can see Houston Galleria.
Mhm.
You copy Houston Galleria.
Mhm.
Paste line number 10, Houston Galleria.
Mhm.
Paste it here.
Mhm.
Okay. If you now run the query,
I added that extra. It's not going to change anything because it's going to tell me, as a matter of fact, that I never really used it. See this, the local variable S3 is not used, meaning I stored it, but I'm not using it anyway.
okay, so now if you change line number 9, H uppercase, then what happens?
It will still work because
Okay,
I'm
now
converting this. Whatever this is uppercase is getting all
no.
converted
Instead
to
of
lowercase.
converting to the lowercase, then what happens?
Oh, it's gonna say false. So if, let's say I take this code out
Okay.
to lowercase, what it's doing is because I did not convert everything into lowercase. By the way, let me take this out. It's too much. It's going to take it exact, word for word, what that is, case by case, and then compare this Houston Galleria, and it's going to say false because this H does not, lowercase h, does not match with this uppercase H. It's going to say false.
Okay.
There's a problem, right? Your test case should not fail just because this H is uppercase and this is lowercase. Because if your test case fails, you're supposed to look at your test case and say, why fail? And you waste your time going into your test case and look at it and say, why fail? And you're like, oh, come on, that's not a bug. You can't write a bug ticket for this. You can tell your developer that, hey, but this is not what you're after, okay? This might be a little bug here that you have developer wrote H in a lowercase and you expected an uppercase. If you go to the developer and, knock their door for this uppercase H, if that's all you're doing, it's not going to be nice. They want a bigger problem instead of just a spelling problem. So you want to focus on those bigger things. You don't want your test case to fail for these little things here. Okay? You want a test case to fail if this never showed up. This whole thing never showed up. Yeah, you want to fail it for that. Otherwise, you got 100, 200 test cases. If more than 30 of them fail, you will lose control of the automation. I will talk more about that on Jenkins classes of taking you there on an analysis level. But just understand, little things like that, you just write your code so that it's smart enough. It has the Houston Galleria. That's all you care. You're not there to check their spellings as much. Okay. Right. Let's do the split. So the split will, and you have to say by what. So you put in a string, what you want to split it by, and you put it in quotations, so string, and it's sometimes called regex, R-E-G-E-X in here. Regex stands for regular expression. In short, regex. It's meaning you put in anything that you want to split by. You can even split it by space if you wanted to. Must be in string format. Okay. Must be in string format. So let's see how we're going to use this. So we'll just block all this thing out. These two pieces. And run it. I know that if we run this with the S1, it gives me this hotels with fitness center in the Houston Galleria. So far so good, but I just want to check if it has Houston Galleria or not, or I just want that part right there. So one thing I could do is I could split this whole thing into multiple pieces by, let's say, this inward. So I wanted to split it right here. I want this to be one chunk and this to be one chunk. Then I can do that with the split method. Here's how it works. I could say, take the S1, right? And dot split it. I will split, take the first one, and it's asking for what do you want to split it by. Hit a backspace to delete that. Shift quotation and say, I want you to split it by inward. And if you run it now, let's see what happens. It gave you something like this that doesn't do anything. Okay, it really doesn't do anything for you. But what it did in the computer is that it took that inward and it split it into two pieces. One piece is this left piece and one piece is this right piece. And it stored it for you in a variable. This first piece, let me close this window and reopen because my pen tool stopped working because of a zoom in that I used. It kind of sort of contradicts. Let me see if it works now. Yeah, I almost lost that because of that zoom in contradiction. So run it again. It will split it right here and it will store these two pieces separately. This would become index 0. It will be an index and Java will create a table like this. And it's going to be like this. And this first column is going to be an index, and the second column is going to be the value, what's going to be stored inside. So in this first, it's going to be index 0, and it's going to store right here is this first part, 3 hotels with fitness center. And then it's going to have another index. It's only going to have 2 index, by the way. This is going to be a 1. If there was more, it's going to be a 2, for example, but there's no 2 in here because it only was able to find 1 inward and then break it into 2 pieces. And in this piece, it's going to have that Houston Galleria. Okay? With me so far on this? Now, even after you write split, you have to now specify which index you want with a bracket like this. Okay, if you put a bracket with a 0, it's going to give you this. And bracket with a 1 will give you Houston Galleria. So let's take a look at this. If I go back to my code and it's waiting for me now, it's saying, okay, you split. I got that split, but what do you want from me? If you put in this open close parenthesis here and put the 0 and run it, it got split right here. The inward will never get used because they're splitting it right there. The 2 chunks, one is here. And because I wanted to print that first part, it printed like that. The second part is written under the index of 1. So first one is 0, second one is a 1. If I go back in my code and change that to a 1, we'll see what happens if we do 2. And run it now. It only gave me Houston Galleria. Do you see that? Any questions so far? It gave me this part right here. So 2 pieces, I got the second piece right here. Okay. What if I try to print index 2? That doesn't exist. What do you think it's gonna happen? Anyone?
Error.
I'll give you an error, correct? So let's see. Do you know what type of error? The same thing again. The index out of boundary, or in short, out of bound. Meaning there's only two index was created. One was a 0, one was a 1. And I wanted 2, which does not exist over here. So it gave me an error. Now, any question on this before we move in? What if I split it by space? We can change that. I can change that by a space. So I can just go into this inward and just give it a space myself and then run it. And I want that first character. So I'm going to have to put a 0 because I want the first one. The first one starts with a 0. So if I run this, who can tell me what's going to get printed here instead of Houston Galleria?
Hotels. 3.
We're splitting it right here. So every one of these spaces will get split. And if I split it right here, then this will become your index first thing. Then it's going to be hotel. Then it's going to be with. Okay, so if I print the 0, it's going to take this one. Right? Going to print that. So let's take a look at it. Let's run it. And I got that 3. If I change this to a 1, what's going to get printed?
Hotel.
Correct. Yeah, hotels got printed. Like so and so. I can change this to a 3 and a 4 and a 5 and a 6 and so forth. Any questions so far? So today I need Houston Galleria. I look at this string and I'm like, okay, I'm going to split it right here and take whatever is in here and I'm going to check to see if this is Houston Galleria. So I would split it by in and take the second piece, which is number 1. Here's what I'm split it by the word in and take number 1, print it out. I got this Houston Galleria. Okay. Now, if I wanted to match this with Houston Galleria myself, okay, if I say dot equals, let's just put that equals ignore case, because that's the best one. It will ignore all those cases. So I would go in here for dot equals, excuse me, equals, you can scroll down to that, equals ignore case, and we say, let me bring this down here now. And I type in the word Houston Galleria. Is this going to tell me true or false? It's a trick question. If I run it now. Okay.
Yes.
It's going to give me false.
False.
Why is that? Why did it say false? I ignored the case right here. Yeah, I understand this one is a lowercase and my is an uppercase. That's why it gave me false. No, I use this method, ignore case. It does ignore case ignore these spaces right here? It doesn't. It did not ignore the space. Therefore, it's failing. What can I do to take this space out? Guys, speak up. This is like an interview question, because the recruiter is going to ask you like this. Hey, how do you cut down extra spaces? This is how the recruiter is going to ask you. And he's
That's
going to wanna hear just 2 words from you.
Trim.
Correct. Trim. You also have to say dot. Okay, so your answer would be dot trim. Okay, if you don't say dot, you've got half the credit. He doesn't know that you know the code. He has a script in front of him. It has a dot written on it. He doesn't know what this code is, how it does. He's just going to check to see over the phone, do you qualify? Are you real? So your answer is going to be dot trim. Now, technically, he's not going to ask you where you're going to put the dot trim to correctly, but I'm going to ask you that as a Java programmer, you need to know where to trim. I can't just go in here and say, I'm going to put the dot trim right here. No, there is a technical space for it. Who can tell me where do I need to put the dot trim?
before Houston.
After Houston here?
Where,
Keep it coming.
like, the Houston Galleria? No, you have to put it Houston.
So the dot trim is going to go somewhere here. Where do I put
Yeah.
the dot trim? There is a logical place where I need to put the dot trim.
Yes, the Houston Galleria, that quotation, before that you have to put dot.
So right here?
No, the Houston word. Do you see the Houston word?
On this line?
That is-
Right here?
No. Go more. You see the quotation?
Right here?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is what I was thinking. I don't know, because it is Houston is far. So
Okay.
you're gonna
Well,
trim that.
no, look, it's good that you're, coming up with some ideas, but always look at it from Java perspective. So let's take a look at this deeper. That's too much zoom.
I know you have to put it in a quotation after, two quotation in the middle, you have to put dot.
It should be before you search the string Houston Galleria. It should be before that. So that means equals ignore case. It should be before that.
Yeah.
So
Mhm.
Raju was saying that it should be before this,
Right.
and that's correct. This part right here is doing the comparison. You're supposed to fix the word before you do the comparison. This part, s1.split in 1, that gives you this right here with the space. Okay. Okay, so far? That is that. And if I compare that with no space, then it's going to fail and give me false. So you have to look at your code chunk by chunk. There's 2 codes. One is right here. That stops right here. That gives you that whole word and then goes in here farther to do the comparison. Don't compare it before you fix it. So right before this is where you have to put the dot, right after this 1, because this whole thing all the way till this 1 is one piece of the code that gives you this. So when you're done with that, then you put a dot and then trim, and that will trim down this fat on the side of it. Okay. So I would go in here and right before this dot, I would put another dot and it will give me this trim option. And then I can just hit an enter. Now if I hit the run, Now my code is smart enough to cut the fat and then only take the meat and compare it with the meat. Also smart enough to not even bother with this capital H I wrote, or whether they wrote capital H or lowercase h doesn't really matter. It was smart enough to tell me that they are true. And you must organize your code that way. Any question?
Can you please put it in the chat?
Yes. You mean the actual code or the notes?
That you have done.
Meaning this code right here?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. By the way, this code is on the website on that page as well. So I'll still paste it here. But all the videos are, guys, up to date. So if you forgot where I put the videos, it's on the very top so that it's easily accessible. Let me just quickly show you. So you go to here, this first thing, class videos, you go to winter 2022 and click on it. And top one is the first one of those videos. It's in the sequence. And if you go all the way down, the last video of Java variables and operators is in here. The naming convention follows this winter 2022 with the name of the class, so you can easily pick it out from there and you can watch that. I'll post this video really quickly after this as well. That's it for, there's one more, sorry. This is my new learning. It's called format. And I see a lot of the Filipino guys are using this. And I don't think I have it in my previous lesson. So I'll show you real time how I'm going to do this right now. So I have a bit of a confusion. Let's say I don't know how to use java.format. What you can do in your Google, and understand that what I'm going to teach you in this course is not going to be the end of the world. I'm going to teach you how to not just learn the basics and then take you to that 5th floor where you need to be to make the money, but I also want to teach you how to go from there to the 10th floor on your own. And you can do this by just researching yourself. So you can type in java.format method. And let's see, I don't know. I did not check to see what this is comes up. But here's a few places that has this string format. So you can look at the first one. Let's take a look at the first one. So it says string format, and I can just jump right here and kind of scan through some of these things. You can read about it. But somewhere in here, it's going to give you an example. Example is probably the most helpful one for me, at least I find. I can look at the example and then see how they did this and use it for myself. Watch this. They have this string name and then they put this Sonu inside the string name on line 1. You can ignore this main part because you already know that's part of the thing. This is the class. They wrote the name of the class. Doesn't really matter. So on this first one here, they have that. And then the second one, watch this, what they did. They created another memory spot. I'm going to zoom in a little bit more. So they created another memory spot called SF1. And inside SF1, they took this they used this method called string.format. And they wrote something here. They wrote name is with a %s and then put a comma and then put this name. Now you and I know that this name is coming from here. And what's inside is Sonu. And let me just do a quick jump right here. Look at this first system.out.print. They're printing this SF1, this SF1. And when they print it, the answer is right here. See, that's enough for me to understand what happened. Is this name is, that name is Sonu, that %s got replaced with the name, and this whole thing got stored inside SF1. And that SF1 right here got printed out right here. So immediately that tells me what is happening right here. And I will now show you how to use this and where you're going to have a use for this in your test case. So let's go there. Let's take a little bit of notes first. So this is going to be kind of like use this one method to replace multiple. I shouldn't say replace, insert multiple substrings. Okay. You will see how we do this in multiple substring. Use %s symbol where you want to insert. Okay, with these two little things, let's go in there and see how we're gonna do this. I am going to go back into this. Well, we can just do it here. Right here, we have the quick brown fox. Jump over the lazy dog. Now, what I can do is I can take this. I'll do it this way to make it easier. Suppose I want to print out this. Sys out. And I have something like this. My name is X and, or a new sentence, I am an Y. Okay. Or my name is Stein. I want something like this to get printed out. And I am an automation engineer. Let's see how it looks. I'll take you slowly into it. Let me also hash out this one. So I got this. My name is Stein and I'm an automation engineer. One day you need to print this with someone else's name here and someone else's career here in your automation. Sometimes you need to print out in your report saying the test failed because, and then you change what that because was on the fly. Now you can do that by string format option. So what you can do is I can do the same thing here. And suppose I have something like this. I have a name variable. I have a name, string name, and I store the word Chisti and string career QA analyst. Okay. So tomorrow I want to print name Chisti and QA analyst right here. And then next time it could be somebody else with some other characters. I don't really know what that is, and I don't want to put it like this. Because if you print it like this, it's always going to print Stein and Automation Engineer. It will never get changed. It's called hard coding. But I don't want to hard code, so here's what I can do. I can say string.format. I am calling the string.format method. In here, once you call that method, the first thing is asking you, what do you want? Okay. And you could take this whole thing in here, except for these kind of things that you don't want it to change. So first part is the string part. You put the whole string. Okay. I'm going to hit an enter to bring it down here, or is that going to get too complicated? Let's see. Might get too complicated for you to read. Let me just zoom out a little bit more. So string.format, and I got all of this here. I don't want this to be Stein all the time. So what you can do is change that to a %s. And change this automation engineer, because I don't want that to be automation engineer all the time. I can change it to a %s. Now the next thing what you got here is what you're gonna replace it with. The first thing you put in here is gonna get replaced right here, because that's the first %s. The second thing you put in here is gonna get replaced here, because that's the second %s. So the first thing I wanna get replaced is by this name. So if I take this name word, again, I'm not gonna put Chisti right here. If I write Chisti, it's always gonna be Chisti. But I can put the name, and I don't care what that name was here today, Chisti, tomorrow, some Raju, Stanley, and that's gonna be what's there. And then I put another comma and say, I got another %s right here, and I want his career. And copy that and paste it here. There. Now if I print this, by the way, this is supposed to be out, then my first line is gonna print this, which is hard-coded. The second line is going to print this, which is not hard-coded, which is going to have Chisti right here, and it's going to have QA analyst right here. So let's see. There. There's the first line, which copied exactly the same thing right here. And here's the second line, which took that name %s, this part right here, replaced it with the name variable, which is Chisti, and took the last part, QA analyst, which was this %s, got replaced with this career part. And the career is nothing but QA analyst, and that got replaced right here. And you can keep on doing this. This is a smartest way to replace and do that in one single line of code that I see a lot happening right now in QA automation. Any questions? Do you need me to explain this better or worse?
Can you do it again?
Yes. So I can have another one. I see a lot of student dropped because they have work and so forth, but I still have to do this class, so I will continue explaining. If some life gets in your way, Raju, you are the only one standing in the class right now. But if you need to drop, I understand that. But I'll go ahead and finish it so y'all can watch this later and then get it in. It's becoming a long class. So doing another one is if I do system.out. And I go in here and say, I'm going to have a report. Let's say the field name, okay, the hotel name was hotel name expected, and then I put a %s, and then right after here I can say comma, but found is, and then space that, and then another space s. That will be your string, and you want to change this. So what you need to do is put it inside a string.format. So you write this word string.format, this open parenthesis, you put what you want to format. I want to format this. And there's an extra parenthesis here because I've deleted accidentally. And then immediately what you want to format, you put a comma, and then you specify what you want to change this by, the first thing. So you don't want to specify it here because that's like hard coding, but let's say you already have in your other place stored what you wanted that expected hotel to be. So you can say string expected hotel is Ritz. All right. And string actual, or what you found, or displayed hotel, you found Hilton. And so you want to fail the test case, and you want to let people know why you failed it. And you are actually printing this out. What you would do here is your first one, you want to say string expected was this hotel Ritz. And the second one is why it failed is this one is Hilton. You can take this expected hotel, put it right here, comma, and actual or displayed hotel right here. What immediately will happen is Java is going to look at this first. Java is going to say, oh, string format. Okay, got it. What do you want to format? You gave me this. Ah, this is what you want to change. What do you want to change it with? Expected hotel. And oh, second one, another one. What do you want to change it with? You already gave it to me. Displayed hotel. And then you want to do what? Print it out for me. I should not write error. That should be out. Now if I run this, what's going to do is it's going to take all of this and inject expected hotel right here. So that Ritz from expected hotel got printed out. This Ritz is that I got right there and got printed out right here. And then this part right here got replaced with displayed hotel, and displayed hotel is Hilton, and that got printed out right there. Did that clear up a little bit? Okay. As you practice, it's gonna, this is one of the last things I learned in like a couple of years ago. I was not using this at all. I mean, do you have to use it? No. If you do use it, looks fancy. So just keep that in mind. Okay, it's close to 2 o'clock, and I still have a few more concepts that I have to
Everybody
explain.
left.
I know. Raju, what are you thinking? Are you going to stay or you want to drop?
It's okay. It's okay.
What I can do is the other part I can teach tomorrow. Let me just cover one quick thing on math, which is
Okay.
going to take maybe 10, 15 minutes, and then we'll end the class today, okay? The scanner part can be done tomorrow, so no big deal. All right, let's go to math. Here, you can do a lot of math with Java math method class. So if you type in Java math class, hit enter. Obviously, you can look at some of these links, but you can also go to images if you wanted to find some quick reference. You don't want to read too much. You just want to look at what it does. Then you may be able to find a chart in here that will tell you what it does. Like I'm looking at it right now and I'm like, this one looks nicer. So let me just click on this and see what it says. I have this math class methods include abs, absolute, floor, max, min, random, generates a random number less than or equal to 0 and 1. Okay, and square root, I see, returns the square root of a number. Let's do some of this really quickly and explain. So for notes, we'll go in here. Math class. Math methods. Class methods. All right, so first one is dot abs. And what does it do? It returns only positive number. This is kind of like a math class I'm teaching right now. Positive number. It stands for absolute value. Stands for absolute value. Absolute value means only the positive number of that. We'll see an example really quickly. A couple of things. Dot max returns maximum number of the two given. What you put into, it will give you the max. A min is the same thing, just the opposite, returns min number, minimum, the smallest number. All right, you got a math. What was some of the other ones? Ceiling, floor is just kind of the same thing. Square root, random. I want to cover random. Math, random. This is very important. I don't know if you noticed that we had to use the random thing in our test case writing in Gherkin. Returns a random number from 0.0 to a 1.0. So something in between will be returned. Let's take a look at it. So I go to my class, I create another class, Math Scanner, new class called Java Math. And default packages. What? I need a class, not a package. Java Math. And select that, come in here, and I delete that. And let's say I have a couple of variables. I have a variable, let's say int, and I put in a negative number, negative 246 or 45. All right, and sorry, a positive number, 245. And I put quotation, should not put quotation. You give it a name, so let's call it number N1. N1. Have another number, let's say int N2, and give it like 300. Right, I have two numbers. Now, if I wanted to subtract these and print it out, I could do it like this. This out, and I could take this N1 minus, I can say N2 and run it, I get this negative 55. Is that a correct answer? That's a correct
Yes.
answer. That's a correct answer.
It should be a minus 55. Yes, that is the correct answer.
Yeah.
Okay.
Correct answer. Okay, so it did what it's supposed to do. But what if in my calculation, I don't want this minus sign? Meaning
Absolute value.
then I gotta do the absolute value. Because sometimes I don't know what this N1 is or N2. Sometimes it could be bigger or smaller. I get a positive number. But other times it could be the bigger number is over here. I'm subtracting from a smaller number. I ended up getting a -1. That could mess up your other calculations that you are doing. What you can do here, you can say math absolute and then put those two numbers right there, and it will only give you the positive one. So I could say the same thing here again, except I take this whole thing operation and put it inside math absolute. So you write the word math dot abs. Now, as soon as you write the word math automatically and then put a dot right here, it gives you this all the magic spells you can do. One of them is abs and abs. Now, if you open this up, you will notice that there's several of these. You can put a double, a float, or an int. Because we are only handling int, I'm going to choose this one. But you're welcome to experiment with the other ones. So I am going to go back up here, abs, and I'm going to scroll down to int, take that one. And in here, I'm going to put my mathematics. In here, I'm going to say N1 minus N2. And if tomorrow this happens to be a smaller number, and if I run it, it's still going to take that -55, but only going to give me that 55 instead of that my minus sign. Make sense? Any question?
Yes. No.
No.
Good job. What if I wanted, what's the maximum? The N1 bigger or N2 bigger? Again, today you know it's 245. Today you know it's 300. Tomorrow, your Java code is going to go to Selenium, and Selenium is going to go to the page and then pick up this number, and you have no idea what that is. You have no idea what that is. So therefore, you wanted to find out what is the maximum number. What you need to do is use math function. So sysout, you can say math dot max, and you are expecting an integer. So take that integer type. Over here, look, the Eclipse was smart enough to already say that, hey, I think you stored these two numbers. I think you wanted to use this. I already got it for you. Is that correct? And you're like, yeah, in this case, you were right. So I can just leave that N1 with a comma N2. Java is going to look at these two numbers and only going to give you the biggest one back in here. So let's run this and then see. And we got that 300 return because it did the comparison for you and only took that N2 because that was bigger. It returned it back to you. Any question?
No.
No question.
Same
So
thing
max
works for the
for the biggest number. Am I right?
correct. So if I did the same thing and in here, and instead of math max, I use the word min, it's gonna give me what?
Smallest number.
245.
245.
Yes.
Right. Keep your mics on, guys. And I like feedbacks getting from you. So I know you got this and I can go faster, kind of gauge my speed accordingly. All right. What does random do then? Let's take a look at it. If I do a math dot random and run this, I got this number right here. So how am I going to use this in test automation? Suppose I want to use a unique ID with something that I am going to create, like a customer name. I'm going to create multiple customer name and I want to put a unique ID with that customer name. So, and I want to check if the customer name exists with that name. So what I can do is first I can create a string called name and then give it a name called Raju. But each time I run my test case and create the customer, I want to put a random number next to it. Okay. So what you do is, even though you have a generic name called Raju, when you run the test case and you actually create a customer called Raju, you put a unique name and you want to check that unique name. So you create another string called random name. And this is where you want to store it. You take this name right here, and with the plus sign, you slap this name with a random number on the back of it. Computer will generate it for you. By the way, I didn't want to show you, forgot to show you. If I run this again, watch, this number is going to change. It's not going to be the same. Look at this. You see that? What's happening is each time it's taking 0 and a 1 and getting this number for you. And it's going to be random, and there's a mathematics to it, but we don't know what it is. All right. So what if you wanted this random number right behind this name called Raju, and then you print out this random number? What you can do is you take this math random. So you write math dot random and just put it like that. And then you print out this random name. You can say sysout and print out random name. And let's see what happens. So the first one is going to give me this random number, and second time it's going to create it again, slap it behind this name on the back, and then print it out with the name for you. Here we go. The first one was this. Second one took the name Raju, generated a new random number, saved it on the back of it, and then stored it for you like that. And then print it out right here. Now you have a random name called Raju with this number, but and you can actually use this to retrieve to see if a customer got created with this number. Any questions so far?
Oh, that is a lot of things.
Yes. But you're like, oh my God, that's a very messy number. And I don't want this name Raju. I want, say, something generic. You can do that. And that's what we do. I have a piece of code where I put in a unique ID. I call it UID. And that UID, I always write it like this: QA, this is my signature, QA automation, automation, and underscore, and right here I put in the unique ID with only 6 digits, and I don't like this decimal. So I mess around with this to get it to that. Now, right now, if I print it, it's going to print this with that decimal. So watch this. Oops. Deal problem?
Error.
Yeah, because this name I deleted.
Random.
Yeah, it doesn't exist. There. I don't need to run this. It got printed right here, UID. And if I wanted to slap this with a random number, then I can say UID plus random number. On the spot, right here. And put a little space so you can see it better. Run it. There's that QA automation, and there's this unique number. And I still don't like it. I don't like this dot and decimal. What I can do is I can multiply this random with a, let's say, 1000. Let's see what happens. I'm going to put a bracket here first because I wanted to multiply it first. So I put a multiplication symbol and put 1000. Run it. Please, I got 630, right? So I can add 3 more zeros and I can get 6 digits. I can add 1, 2, 3. Run. I got 6 digits. Are we okay so far?
Yes.
What if I don't want this point decimal? There's a lot of ways you can get rid of this. One way I'm going to show you is right now is a quick and dirty. And that is, before you slap this number on the back of this unique ID, why don't we store it somewhere? And here's how we're going to store it. Int random number equal to, guess what? If I take this and put it here, it may or may not complain. It's complaining. It's complaining because this is decimal and int is not decimal. All right. It's like you're trying to store a decimal number in an integer. Well, look at the suggestion here. If I hover over, it says, come on, here, type mismatch, cannot convert double to int. 2 quick fixes. 1, add cast to int, or change the type of random number to double. It's asking me 2 things. 1, either you force this bad boy, you force this guy to become an int, or you change this to a double. Here's the first option. I can change it to a double. The error go away. But I don't want that. I don't want the decimal. I want to force it to an int. Okay? So I want to force this whole bad boy from a decimal to an integer. If I do that, all of these decimals will go away. How to do that? You come left of whatever that you want to force. Go to the left side. Put an open close parenthesis and write what type you want it to be. Right now, I want it to be int. I can just type the word int. And now this int will force this guy, will beat him up in the parking lot, and he's going to become an int. And that whole number is going to get stored right here called random num. And I can take this random num and slap it on the back of this UID with the plus sign right here. And now if I print it out, I got the unique ID. I needed another 0, 6 digit. No, I had it before. Sorry. So this is what I use in my test automation. Every time I create a customer or create something, I use this QA automation, this code as a first name maybe, or last name, or a username, whatever that is. And then I know that this number is unique. I go look for that number with the QA automation because no one will be creating a name with something called QA automation. So when I go back and check for QA automation with that number, I know it's me who created that unique thing.
Mm-hmm.
More of that in Selenium class. So if you feel like this was too much for you right now, don't panic because we're going to be doing this hands-on when we get to the Selenium class. You will see it in real life, how we're going to use this unique ID to create a customer, to retrieve to see the customer, and validate to see if the customer exists. I am going to leave it at this. And I am going to paste this here for you, but I'm also going to make sure this code is available in your class section. And here's the notes. Do you all have any questions for me before we wrap up?
Not so far. Yes.
Okay.
So far, it's good for me.
Okay, that's great. So here's the class, and in the class, you will see it has these class codes in here already. So just take it from there if you need to refer back. The homework is posted in Google Classroom. and it does some of the basic things that you have done before. So do it like that. And then a few things. Yeah, I think I covered everything that the homework does. But scanner part, we'll do it tomorrow when you come back at 9 o'clock. All right. Thank you and have a good day. I'll see you at 9.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
Have a good day too. Bye.
You too.